Okay. Let's get back to it. You guys are night owls, same. I am just hoping I've not fucked my my sleep pattern too hard with all of the like 2 a.m. going to bed when I now need to get up at like 7, half 7 tomorrow. The first time in like a week and a bit. You're a night owl except when your body says wake up at 8 a.m. for no fucking reason. Sometimes I get that where I wake up at like 5 or 6 in the morning, and I think what it is that my brain thinks like my circadian rhythm has gotten fucked up, and my internal clock thinks that it's time to wake up to like get ready to go to work or whatever. Even though it's like an hour or two before I actually need to get up. It's annoying. Because sometimes you just wake up and you're like ready to fucking go. But I also sometimes get spasms, like cramps in my leg. And that'll wake me up in the middle of the fucking night, and that's the fucking worst. Anyway, we're back with more Dawntrail. Hopefully, now that we're done with the level 60 quests, which may be sort of the tutorial into the zone, I'm kind of hoping that the pacing picks up a little bit now, but we'll see. Meat. Mezcal marinated swamp monk. Interesting. Oh, it couldn't have been voiced. We've now won keystones from both the Feat of Reeds and the Feat of Gold. Surely that means our approach to the contest was the right one. So it would seem. By continuing to retrace Galul Jar-Jar's journey, as presented in the saga, we should find the remaining electors in turn. Then let's visit the Giants next. Like Kral said, the fact they were searching for the Golden City might mean they know something useful. The home of the Yokhoi is in the upper reaches of Urkopacha. Unless you're keen on scaling the cliffs, we'll have to take the long way around, through Kozama Uka. This route will take us close to the Moblin village, which is another important location in the saga. Since we need all the keystones eventually, it makes sense to pay them a visit while we're passing through. Hey, Thunder, how you doing? So we call on the Moblins first, then. Let's head there, right now. I'm afraid right now is gonna be a problem. The flight of Wee Wingless, the great stairs leading to the Moblin settlement, collapsed in the storm. What are we to do, then? There is an alternative, but it requires preparation. Until it's ready, you could rest at the cabins or see more of the city, whatever you prefer. Just to be sure, you'll accept any method of travel as long as it gets us to our destination. Of course. Who do you take me for? Then as your guide, I will see to the arrangements. Well, it seems we have some free time on our hands. Let's make the most of it. You don't wake up easy. Your 7 alarms in the morning work hard to keep you just barely late. I feel that. I need to get my axe repaired. I nicked the blade pretty badly when I took a swing at Bakul Jar-Jar. That reminds me, never got around to introducing you to Ropely, did I? He's the man in charge of Wachumekiki, or Wachumeki, and a good person to know. Want to come along? Let's go then. Ready? The markets of Wachumeki are to the east, on the other side of Bayside Bevy. This is Aunt T's Tacos, named for its owner here, the lovely Tisol. If you're after the best tacos in Tuliolal, this place sits at the top with Jabalev Tie. You say that, Third Promise, but you only ever eat at old Brook Ivu's food. Come and buy mine for a change. Sorry, Tisol. It has been a while, hasn't it? I swear I'll stop for a bite once the contest is over. Wachu Meki Meki is one of your favourite storylines for the type of content it is. My, the Third Promise. How might I assist you this fine evening? Well met, Ropley. I need to buff a nasty nick out of my axe blade. Yes, it's been chipped quite badly. Trying to cleave rocks again, were we? Something like that. Think you can fix it? You stand among Doral's most prodigious gathering of artisans and ask this question? 'Tis child's play. We'll have it repaired for you in 2 shakes of an alpaca's tail. Is this going to be the crafter and gatherer role quest? Like the crystalline meme. Good to hear. I leave it in your capable hands. Who's your companion, if I may ask? This is After, a great adventurer I recruited from across the Sol. I brought her here to meet you, actually, though she might have reason to visit Wachu Meki Meki sooner or later. Then allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ropley, humble representative of this grand centre of trade. A pleasure to meet you. The Fisher one is great, Alchemist and Culinarian too. Well, we've got a long way to go before I can do... Sorry, I'm trying to get the blanket situated under my legs. We've got a long way to go before I can do the level 90 to 100 crafter and gatherer stuff, because I haven't even done the level 1. I know that it's not a requirement, but I would want to do it in order. You there! Stop dithering in the shadows and announce your business already. Although I suppose I could do the level 90 to 100 and then go back and do 1 to... Hey! You were on the boat. I've seen that man somewhere before. A jewelry maker you met on the voyage over. Oh, I remember. I spoke with him too. Fontaine. Yeah, that was his name. You've been loitering like a flighty admirer who can't pluck up the courage to confess his feelings. Out with it, then. Why are you here? That is to say... And we're no closer to solving that enigma. I wonder if he could use someone to talk to. I say we go and ask. Let me know by Link Pearl if you find him first. His name is so weird in French. Fucking elves. Ishgardians especially. The Ishgardians just love to have really elaborate names. It's funny to you as a Frenchman. Yeah. Because who was the astrologian one? Was it Yannaquinid? Something like that? There's a Emilienne who's from the House Forton. I mean, all of the houses as well. where the last half is pronounced almost like duck. Oh, canard. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were saying it was pronounced like duck, as in the word duck, not the French word for duck. Yeah. That's why I was like, how the fuck does quinard sound like duck? I was like, how badly have I been mispronouncing that? You were conversing with Master Ropley. But wait, we've met before, haven't we? On the ship. Canard where? I do like duck. You found him. Good. I'll be right there. Why'd you run off like that? Did you have business with Ropley or not? Please, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs. I'm undeserving of such attention. Huh? What are you going on about? I beg of you, do not ask me to explain. Do not! Ah! That's the vibe he's giving. Sorry, but the more you tell me not to, the more curious I become. Besides, you look like you need a friend. You are too kind. So be it. I suppose I can share with you a morsel of my misery. Before I came to Tuliolal, I worked as a goldsmith at the most prestigious jewelry maker in all of Uldar, Estame Aesthetics. Oh, it started off well enough, but as the days passed, everything began to go wrong. Compared to the masterpieces of my talented colleagues, my products were lacking. Mediocre! I lost all confidence. Crippling doubt possessed me, and any veneer of bravado I tried to put forth soon cracked beneath its weight. Thus did I take ship, hoping to find a fresh beginning on new shores. Yet, as you witnessed, I lack the courage to even approach a potential employer. You stand before a man wallowing in the wreckage of his ill-spent existence. Alright then. You offered a morsel, then served us the full course. You must have really wanted someone to hear your story. If you like, I could try to give you a few words of advice. Then you have experience with my predicament of feeling terribly inadequate compared to your undeniably superior peers. Well, when you put it like that, yeah, you've got the vibe right, yeah. Not me. I'm Wook Lamat, third promise of Tuliolal. Daughter of the Dawn Servant. Oh, of course. You're a member of the royal family. Please forgive me my presumptuousness. But what of you? Have you ever measured your work against that of your colleagues and found yourself wanting? Not really. You can't measure your worth by the success of others. That's true. It's fucking difficult not to, though. How can I not? Should my work not meet the same exacting standards, no new commissions will be forthcoming. What then was the point of my becoming a goldsmith? Huh. Looking back, it was my father who inspired me to take up the trade. His exquisite creations brought radiant smiles to the faces of his clients, and I admired him deeply for it. But in the course of striving to be as great a goldsmith as him, I lost sight of my original motivation. And now I've got crazy crackhead eyes, for some reason. All I ever wanted was to spread joy through my craft as he did. Perhaps I will give this one last try. Thank you both for reminding me of what is truly important. What is truly important? Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. But yes, I'm glad to see Fontaine is giving himself another chance. Here, have this meat stoked in alcohol. I can't help but wonder if Fontaine will follow through. Let's see if he's actually gone to talk with Ropley. I just realized what that opening drum set reminds me of. I can't tell you why. Well, actually, no, I can, because it's jazzy. But it reminds me of the Mask movie. You love that Tuliolal has jazz at night and swing during the day. Yeah. You're right, it is. It's swing, isn't it? But it's reminding me of there's one scene in The Mask where I feel like it has a very similar, like, music section. It was kind of you to come, but you needn't worry. I have found my courage. Fuck off, I want that music back. Pray, accept my apologies for my earlier behavior. My name is Fontaine, and I'm a goldsmith from Uldar in faraway Eorzea. I realize this is a bold request, but I should like to continue practicing my trade here in Wachumeki Meki, if you will have me. I ask only for the opportunity to bring happiness to others with my creations. So that's what it was about. You were looking for work. Consider yourself hired. Wachumeki Meki is always in need of skilled craftsmen and women. I'll handle the necessary paperwork. Can you start tomorrow? Yes, of course. I must thank you both again for your sage and timely advice. I don't know that I was all that helpful. But you were. Had you not come to speak with me, I would not have had the moment of much needed self-reflection. The arrangements have been made. Come meet me at the entrance to High Tide Harbor. Ah, I almost forgot. Do you have my axe ready? Ready and waiting. Behold the sublime touch of a Wachumeki Meki artisan. You desperately want the first two syllables of his name to swap. Oh! It's as sharp and deadly as the first day I held it. Thank you. Well, good luck to you, Fontaine. Let me know if that doubt creeps back in. I'd be happy to talk you out of it. Jean Fontaine. Jean Fontaine does sounds like a complete name, whereas Fontaine sounds like a very fucking elaborate, but it sounds like a one name. Jean, yeah. Jean Fontaine. Yeah. Nah, Jane Fontaine! Aye, that's it, yeah, Jane Fontaine. What do you mean that Fontaine's got genes? I'll just call him John. John Fontaine. Yeah. Fan Daniel. And Daniel? Back at it again. Oh, fuck. He do be sounding like a capitalist villain. Yeah. Well, good luck to you, Fontaine. Let me know if that doubt... Oh, wait, I just read this. As for us, we should head for the harbour. Wouldn't want to keep Erenville waiting. I really wish Erenville was just Eren. Or that's just, like, what we called him. It's almost like if they had called him Dan Faniel. Dan Faniel! Back at it again with the Teleporoi. I don't want the music to stop, damn it. Keep playing the music. Enough with the secrecy. What's this big plan of yours? Is a boat. Look there. That is my big plan. A bot? Was that a manatee? Was that like a giant, almost stone-looking manatee? What? What is that? Yep. It doesn't look healthy, because I don't think they should move like that. But yep. It's a punitoi, or puniti? Puniti. She'll be pulling our boat upriver. You just need a yellow suit and green from the market board, and you're golden for this music. Yeah. How do we know she won't thrash about and sink us instead? They're gentle and timid creatures for the most part. She's unlikely to cause a fuss, unless you give her reason to. First alpacas, now punities. We're relying a lot on animals for this journey. Just call it Pun. Ride the Shoepuff? Shoepuff waiting! We should be thankful we have an animal expert as our guide then. I swear to fucking God if there ends up being a Shoepuff later on. Did it have to be my old nemesis? Another boat. Well, I took you for someone who was up to the challenge. Was I wrong? Ugh. Long ago, when fighting still raged between the clans, the inhabitants of Kozumauka rode these riverboats to move swiftly through hostile territory. But the vessels see little use with Thrall now in peace, so I was able to borrow one of the few which remain. I did consider a dirigible, but the pilots warned me that the updrafts near the falls would make landing difficult. You said you borrowed one, yet there appear to be several on the water. Ghana! Lamati. Traveling up the river, I presume. Seems that way. Does this mean you've earned 2 keystones already? Can't believe how well you managed despite undertaking the contest alone. I was never alone. I've had my own entourage with me since the beginning. My friends, it's been, well, not that long. Thancred? Urioshe? What are you doing here? Escorting a promise, the same as you. I'd heard much of the incomparable Archons during my time at the Studium. As soon as the contest was confirmed, I thought who better to recruit to my cause. I contacted the Scholarch, who arranged an introduction to these two gentlemen. The second promise had specific requirements. They who would be his assistants must boast both proven survival skills and mastery of the arcane arts. Thus did Thancred and I receive the summons. My own studies concentrated on technology which our people could readily use, such as inventions born of magitech or clever engineering. Where magic was concerned, I covered only the foundation. That explains why he's a machinist. Knowing you two, I expect you had other reasons for accepting the job. A few. The nation of Tuliolaos spans an entire continent. Depending on who wins the throne, the world may be plunged into instability once more. Ever have we stricken to preserve peace? Where is our place, if not here and now? We did our due diligence, of course, and made sure of who we were working with before agreeing to this endeavour. He's even more opaque than Urianger at times, but is surprisingly... That's quite enough of that. We must be on our way. Wait, I have one question before you leave. Kona and Wuklamart are vying for the throne. As Kona's entourage, does that mean you're resolved to defeat all his opponents? Including us? We're sworn to do all in our power to win this contest for Kona, even if it means competing against our own comrades. We intend to hold nothing back, and expect you to do the same. And we won't disappoint you. It does feel a bit like that was something that was missing. Was like the Archon, the Scions just like picking sides and just having like a friendly match against each other kind of thing. Of like the front lines or some shit. And just beating the shit out of each other, but in a friendly way. I thought you were taking a boat. If even you have been forced to travel on water, then the others will be doing the same. I would rather walk than risk confrontation on a leaky barge with no possibility of retreat. That's a fair point. I'm kind of surprised that Kona, especially Kona, doesn't have, like, an airship. I feel like that would have been one of the things he would bring over. And that would also provide an in for how Sid would get to Tuliolal, because, let's face it, Sid is probably going to end up here. Because he's always there. It's true that I can't stand boats. But I trust the route Erenville has chosen for us. Leave the handling of the Puniti to me. Should other wildlife attack us, however, I may have difficulty keeping her under control. Do your best to draw them away, as far from the front of the boat as possible. Then we shall remain on deck and stand guard, though it may be wise to have at least one of us sit up front with Erenville, just in case. I'd like to stay on the deck. I'm eager to put my pictomancy to the proof. And I'll take any chance to show you that I can hold my own on the battlefield. Then Kral will stand on guard with After. I'll keep Erenville company then. With my blade, I can respond more quickly to threats than Alphino. Thank you. If a fight breaks out, I'll try to stay out of your way. So this is thinking about the party composition. If this is a dungeon, we have a tank in Wuklamart, healer in Alphino, and a DPS. So it's kind of assumed that we would be a DPS. Then I shall endeavour to provide aid where it's needed. Like, don't get me wrong, Wuklamart could also be a DPS. But I can do that as well. That should cover most eventualities. Secure your gear and board the boat when you're ready. Let the hunt begin. Ihoi ka. What? Ihoi katumu. Ihoi katumu. Okay. 8 minutes. Less than 5 minutes. It's not the right colors, but it's kind of the closest thing to the mask I have right now. I did a couple of hunts to try and get some more sacks and nuts. I mean, I don't really need to force it. We're gonna end up getting sacks and nuts. I do find it odd that there isn't a hunt mount yet. But maybe that's just because I'm used to there always being one. But maybe it's getting added in a later patch and I just never realized it's a late patch thing. I know that there's the bicolored gemstone mount, though, which is the sugar glidery thing, right? Because he's fucking adorable. Look at that Punitoi go. How the fuck did he get ahead of us? So instead of this being a corridor dungeon, is this just gonna be a square? There was a boat like ours up ahead. Could be Zuralja or... oh, gods, is it Kuljaja? Forget who else is on the river right now. We have company. 3 battle mentors. Mentor roulette put us all in here. Sorry. At least it's not an EX. Or Praetorium, yeah. Okay, well, I basically don't have to do anything, because there's 3 battle mentors. There is a hound. A hound? There is a hunt mount. You need it, but you don't have it yet. Oh, okay, have I just not unlocked access to it yet? We're in for some rain, as it seems. I thought that hunt currency was just as soon as you're in it. That is Bakul Jar Jar ahead of us. Yes, come closer. We have something for you. A gift courtesy of the blessed siblings. Interesting that you can target him. Maybe I need to, I mean, I can't unlock the next, like, rank of hunts, so maybe it's locked behind what rank you've unlocked. Yeah, this is not going to plan. We'll just have to improvise. No! You don't hurt her! See you upriver, if you make it that far. You bastards! Crippling our boat was a cowardly move. Erenville, we're losing speed. Where the fuck did they go? The harness is broken. I'm sorry, but we have to pull over to the bank. Whee! We won't be going anywhere until we can make repairs. See if there's a route overland. We'll try to catch up to you later. Oh no, don't make me kill. No! No! I'm sorry. Okay. I think I'm seeing a trend in how they're doing AoEs now. It's not a complaint, to be fair. It might be that, might be something else, you can't remember, but you do think the mount verges towards slight spoilery territory almost. Oh, okay, is it electro related? Just when you think you found a trend. But wait, there's more! Okay, concentric rings. Classic. This manatee sucks. And blows. may as well. I won't use any of it. There might be some glam, though. I don't know. Because this is going to be, like, tribal. Or at least closer to tribal stuff, isn't it? I mean, I know they're a warrior, they can look after themselves, but... I mean, this was when Healer Strike was a thing. The level 98-ish dungeon has some banging glams. Is that the Vanguard ones? I think that's like 98. It's like 97, 98. So I've got a couple of pieces of that already from my retainers, and I want more. I want the whole fucking set. Are they impersonating the party members? That's awesome. And also, I think, might foreshadow one of the raids. Like, I have tried to avoid as much as possible, but there's certain stuff that you can't avoid when you play the game. Don't make me kill more cute thing! His name is Drowsy! The emotional damage being done to me with this dungeon. Oh. You do see clones of players in Aglaé, but you never got far enough in the last fight to see it as it died too fast. I've seen enough hentai to know where this is going. Tentacles. Drowsy's dance invigorates the roots. Oh, Drowsy sneezing! Bless you! I'm the big one. After getting isekai'd into Final Fantasy XIV, causes him to die instantly because he won't attack the cute enemies. Look. I don't know how Beastmaster is gonna work. But if I got isekai'd into this world, especially a world where, like, when you die, like, you can get resurrected and shit like that, you can bet your fucking ass that I would be a Beastmaster / Blue Mage. Unless you're Moonbreeder, this is true, yes. Because for some reason, like, here's the thing, I understand that the actual, like, the actual way that things work, or are supposedly working, isn't that you're resurrecting people, it's more like you're bringing them back from the brink of death. And so, when someone actually dies, it's still irreversible. Like, I think that's the way that the death actually works. But, like, you've got this person who is just on the brink of death. You've got Y'shtola and Urianger there, who are both specialized in healing, or at least were specialized in healing. And, like, Phoenix Downs exist. So, like, it's that thing of that trope where there'll be, like, someone that's, like, on their deathbed, and you have a character look at... What the fuck is this thing, by the way? Oh, I guess that's going to be the final boss, isn't it? Like, you look over, and you see a character just, like, somberly shake their head, like, they're not gonna make it. But you've barely tried. You'll never forgive Yoshi P for Moonbreeder. She was the best ARR character and she had 5 minutes of screen time. Yeah. Best voice actor back then too. You're not wrong, but what is wrong is a healer having the literal spell Resurrection. Yeah. Like, the way that it's worded definitely implies that it's bringing someone back from death. But I do think that it's more like in Dungeons and Dragons, where you get reduced to 0 hit points and you go into death saves, but you're not dead yet. That's the way that I kind of rationalize it. Although it then also doesn't make fucking sense why you then get teleported to an Aetheryte afterwards. If you don't get resurrected. But I suppose you could say that we have some kind of... We have the Blessing of the Light, which means that, you know, Hydaelyn saves us, although that doesn't quite make sense in Dawntrail. But, yeah. Hey, Saphir! How you doing? Welcome. When the betrayal happened with Nanamo, Scott was pissed because she drinks the poison. He goes, I'm a scholar main! I have Azuna! Yeah, I was the same. I'm guessing you anchor a bit of ether to your home point or some shit. Yeah, I mean, well, you do by having to attune to it, don't you? It's the Echo, it's always the Echo. Your HUD and everything else is also the Echo. Yeah. Feeding on the beasts has strengthened Apollyon's wing beats. If it doesn't make sense because it's video gamey, it's the Echo. My slutty glands? Echo. No, that's just... Interesting. I like that. I like the overlaps. I've barely had to do any fucking healing. I mean, it's really not surprising, but dear God, I really have barely had to do any healing. And most of the healing that I've done has been optional, to be honest. Or it's been raid-wide. This fight would have been a lot more healing for me if it wasn't 3 competent mentors. That too. That definitely may be playing a part. Or if it was a Dark Knight. Yeah. It does feel like Dark Knight needs either multiple charges of Spit and Carve, or whatever the other one is, Abyssal Drain. Or it needs, like, another move that gives you health back. Because all of the other tanks have much more consistent healing. Like, don't get me wrong, Abyssal Drain is insanely good healing if you're in a group, like, woohoo! If you're in a group like Bloodwetting. But it's the fact that you get that once a minute, once every 2 minutes or something. Like, you don't get it often enough for it to be great. And, like, fair enough, you could say that you're... You could say that you're supposed to use your invuln, which is a good invuln, but it's still just Yeah, they need Blood Weapon to give lifesteal, or for like the
This is as far as we can go on foot, it seems.
Quietus.
We'll have to head
Skills
back and
to give
see about fixing the boat.
MP and HP.
Why are you following me?
Thank you, Saphir, for the follow.
Hey! Everyone all right?
Yeah, Blood Weapon in every Final Fantasy game has lifesteal, that's why it's a Blood Weapon. Yeah, Blood Weapon would just make a lot of fucking sense, but yeah. I was worried we might not catch up to you. Those caverns you traversed were dug by the Yokhoi in their search for gold. Remnants of their excavations can be found throughout this region. While I appreciate the lesson, oh wise guide, are we landing this boat anytime soon? Our river journey's almost over. For proof of that, you need only look ahead. Why is this not voiced? Or something that I progress by clicking? The falls were impressive enough from a distance, but it's almost too much now. Yes, amazing. Now please, let me off. Every weapon's a blood weapon if you try hard enough. Blood weapon on a fucking scholar book. No. No more boats. Paper cut, true, true. Are you... Ah. You're not alright. Oh, now I can... Okay. I should be surprised if she was. Even without the nausea, we're all spent. There's a mountain shelter nearby. A resting spot for those who've ascended the stairs. I suggest we make use of it. That should be a welcome respite. Sage is the one that needs to get creative. Ah! There's a pointy end. I mean, I appreciate there's different styles of the sage's weapon, but like looking at Alphanos as being like the quintessential type, there's a pointy end. You just shove it straight into the enemy. Have you the strength for a short walk, Luke Lamart? We can rest along the way too. Damn it all. A promise is meant to lead from the front, not mule and moan like a sick kitten. You think the sage C-pose should have let you form them into a chair. Luke Lamart. Ignore me. It's the nausea talking. I'm fine, really. Lead on. I'll follow. Very well. But if I might say one thing. Just because you're a promise or a claimant for the throne doesn't mean you can't be seen to struggle. You needn't bear this burden alone. So please, don't hesitate to talk to us. We're always willing to lend an ear. And if a machinist has blood weapon, they're standing too close. I mean, chainsaw. But, Kryl, Everyone's allowed to be weak sometimes. You as well. Bard, you'd say that for, though. True, given that Bard doesn't have any, like, close range style skills. But if you look at Bard as being just, like, a ranger, then you can look at, like, Legolas, who does stuff like it doesn't work in real life, stabbing with an arrow. It doesn't work. But, well, I mean, it can, but it's not ideal. So, like, something like Legolas, where you have, like, a dagger or something that you can also use as well as your bow, like, you could do it. So, yeah, there's stabbing people with that arrow, or if you've got a reinforced bow, again, bludgeoning with the bow when they get close. Again, not ideal because you risk breaking the bow and definitely damaging the strings. But it can work. Honestly, you'd rather bludgeon with your flute than ranger style. You know what? That's true. Yeah, you could have a bladed flute. It can work, it's just a bad idea. You're likely just going to slide your hand down the shaft into the barbs. Yeah. It's no matter what happens, you're gonna ruin that arrow. Like, you're not gonna be able to stab an arrow and then still fire it. I've always believed this is my problem alone, but perhaps you have the right of it. Alright. I'll talk about things. Just give me a moment to collect my thoughts. You want a job with a whip? It's coming, Beastmaster. Of course, as long as you need. We'll be waiting at the shelter when you're ready. Beastmaster historically has always used whip. Not as interesting. You want to be a Belmont, yeah. But no, Beastmaster has always historically had whips. And in a lot of like RPGs, if you're using a whip, you're usually also a tamer of some kind. It's pretty much only like Castlevania, where whips are kind of more forefront as opposed to like a secondary thing. Yeah, Indiana Jones, but Indiana Jones until recently was more of a, like, Indy still doesn't use the whip as a weapon. Primarily, Indy punches or shoots. He uses the whip for utility. Like, he uses it to get around, to disarm, and things like that. It's pretty much just Castlevania where, like, a whip can be your main weapon. Like, yes, you can choose to use a whip as your main weapon in other stuff, like Dark Souls games let you do it and stuff like that, but that, I wouldn't say that that's a fair comparison, because you could also choose to just bash people with a shield the entire game. I've long felt that I could never tell anyone when I was confused or hurting, that admitting to weakness would bring shame to Papa's name. But if you say you're willing to listen, then there are things I'd like to talk about. Come on, let's catch up to the others. We're running out of weapons. Well, there's still loads of stuff that they could do. There's still, like, you've got Geomancer with the bell, which personally I think would be really interesting, as having just another magic class. Honestly, what I want to see is I want to see a magical melee class. I don't want, like, Red Mage I know is kind of that, but not really. Red Mage is primarily ranged. But then you've got, like, yeah, Mystic Knight, like, I'm thinking mainly the Knight from, like, FF9, where it's just you're augmenting your sword with spells. That would be really cool, and could function similarly to the mana system from Red Mage and the aspects of Pictomancer. Like, those two systems are already in place, you just have to tweak them, and you could get Mystic Knight going really well. Yeah, Red Mage, but the other way around, basically. Yeah, Mystic Knight would... I mean, we talked about it last time, didn't we, Gwydin? But Mystic Knight, Rune Fencer style would be awesome for the next tank, and to have a magic-focused tank. Bleh. My brain is drawing a blank, but I was thinking of another DPS. I mean, you've got... Astro is ostensibly a time mage. It didn't start out as one, but it became one. But you could get... you could have, like, a chrono mage. Yeah, longsword we kind of would be similar to samurai, or similar to, because, like, yeah, It couldn't just... No, I think rune... I think if we had a rune sword, I think what it would have to be is a 1.5 sword. So that sometimes you're using it as a two-handed sword, sometimes you're using it as a one-handed sword, and when you're using it as a one-handed sword, you could have... I don't think you'd have a physical aspect like Red Mage, but I could see you like channeling ether in your offhand, and that would be a really cool way of visualizing what kind of spell you've got augmenting, because I'm kind of thinking that it could act as you having different stances, because they got rid of the stance system way ages and ages ago. They kind of brought it back with the logograms and stuff like that, but having it be like, okay, I'm aspected to ice at the minute, which means that if I complete my combo, it can potentially inflict slow. I'm now on fire, so if I complete my combo or do my burst OGCD, it'll inflict a damage over time. I've got wind, so that's going to give me haste. I've got lightning, so that's going to potentially paralyze or stun as part of my OGCD. Like, that would be quite a way of doing... Yes, a thief I would like to see. I would, because ninja, I really enjoyed rogue, but I miss when you could poison your blades and stuff like that, and I think thief, because like ninja very heavily ended up going into the ninjutsu, but if you instead went into like thieves' tools for a thief job, that would be really, really cool. And I think seeing more moves that have movement in them. It's like thinking about like Shatterstar Drive from Dragoon, how that does the attack that also like it moves you forward, but it's not quite the same as like the gap closer from the tanks. But like having more moves like that where you do like a line AoE and then you get moved to the end of the line AoE and like things like that, so you can kind of like dash between enemies as a thief and you're like slashing. That would be cool. A true time mage would have haste, slow, rewind time for healing probably. Yeah, I could see similar to red mage, it having like an auxiliary heal as a time mage. A curved greatsword would be cool. And curved greatsword could fit with the like more tribal stuff that's going on with thingy, Dawntrail. Some sort of spear sword, that could be cool. I don't think there's a spear sword in any of the previous iterations of FF. You'd also be down to see jobs just be alternative jobs like Scholar and Summoner to give one job multiple roles. Yeah, personally, I wouldn't be against that. I wouldn't be against, like, Dark Knight being able to, like, then specialize into Rune Knight. Because, like, that would make a lot of sense. But at the same time, you're then locking a new class behind an old class, which is something that the devs are extremely unlikely to do, because they need things to be accessible to the new players, because that's what draws them in and helps them to market the game. Because there are people that will like get excited for the new expansion, buy a level skip and story skip and just do the new expansion. As much as like I don't agree with that, especially for FF14 where the story is so integral to it, but there are people that will do that. That's the way they play games. I'm trying to think of other old jobs. And I'm mainly thinking of, like, FF3. But to be fair, we've already got most of them. Yeah, we've already got most of them. I know that they want to step away from jobs that already exist. I do want to seek a kind of saboteur job, though. I miss having multiple damage over times. So that would be awesome. Something that uses blunt weapons would be cool as well. Like a hammer or a mace. Because there isn't really anything like that. Like, I know that there's certain weapons that you can get for the classes that uses them. Like, some of the white mage staves are literally like fucking maces, but you never really bonk people with them. But like having a mace wielding class would be cool. Or a hammer. And then you could have a melee DPS that has an AoE stun, as opposed to just white mage with holy. Kali sticks, bow staffs, yeah. Green mage, yeah. Berserker, yeah, but there's like Berserker, Viking, Foe Breaker, which I think is what it was called in 12. There's stuff like that. The thing with like a Berserker is that if you're thinking of it just as being a dual wielder, we've kind of got that with Viper. Yeah, Foe Breaker was more debuff orientated, but it was still, yeah. Also, there's stuff like in 12, you've got the Mammotheer. And like, I don't know how Beastmaster's gonna, Beastmaster, not Mancer, Beastmaster is gonna work, but having a class that is more focused on like placing down turrets and stuff like that, because like Machinist kind of has a couple of bits that are like that, but it doesn't that's more like augmenting Machinist instead of it being like the main thing. Like, I think seeing classes that play very, very differently would be interesting. But yeah, like I miss when Carbuncle actually did stuff and things like that. Like I would love to see more technical jobs where it matters where you do certain things more than just, oh, are they within my AoE marker? But it's like, oh, if I put down a mine here, I know I then need to try and kite the enemy into it, and like stuff like that would be interesting. But I'm the kind of guy that I enjoy stuff like that, and it may not be what the wider audience wants. Because when it comes to healing, at the moment, we only have shield and regen healers. Personally, I'd love to see a chemist job. I know that chemist, I think, comes into it in Occult Crescent, I think, is one of the phantom jobs. But like chemist would be cool, of like again being like Pictomancer, where you're like expand upon Sage having you crazier, and it be that you mix together the thing, and depending on how you mix it together, it has different effects, or it has like greater effects. Like you could mix 3 shields together and have a really powerful shield, or you could put 2 shields and a heal together and it does a less effective shield, but it gives you a decent heal. And like mixing things together like that, so that you can do like a regen, heal, and shield, or a shield, regen, and Esuna effect, but none of them are particularly effective. And like stuff like that would be kind of cool. What about a shaman where it's melee and transforms between monsters or primals? It would be awesome to see a class where you actually physically change instead of you just summoning something. I'm not sure how Beastmaster is gonna actually resolve, because if Beastmaster is us taking control of the beast directly instead of us, like Pokemon style, having a companion, that could be so cool. But I do think that having something transformative like that kind of summoner, shaman, would be amazing. You have an idea for Beastmaster, because you have an example of it in the game already. The very first is technically Ranji. Yeah. Yeah. Being able to give buffs to other people like Bloodbath would be cool as well. But, like, thinking about it, I think if they did do a shaman, I think the shaman would probably end up being a debuff healer. Because I'm thinking they'd make it similar to the shamans from the Mamul Jar in, like, Wanderer's Palace. There is already a precedent for summoners full transforming, yeah. But like I want it to be where you, like, Summoner, the game Summoner, where it's when you channel the summon, you actually become it. That's the kind of thing I want. That's the thing that I think is currently missing so badly from Final Fantasy, is some kind of polymorphism. I know that there are a couple of things like Toad and Minnie are still things, but they don't. Toad is really just a it's the same as not being able to use any actions. That's basically all it is. Minnie is just you're doing less damage and stuff. But seeing it where you actually turn into the monsters and you get a different hotbar, like when in Crystal Tower and Amon turns you into the frog that does fire attacks, like when you're in the mounts that give you different actions, like stuff like that, but seeing it expanded more would be really, really cool. So like Summoner going into Dreadworm stance, yeah, but seeing it that you actually turn into Bahamut, for example, and then instead of it just being that, oh, these two actions you had change into a more powerful version, and you get these two skills that you can use once, it's actually like, no, now you have, here is a melee attack, here's a ranged attack, here's an AoE, and like, here's a couple of unique things to whatever it is that you've transformed into, like a breath attack is your AoE, and yeah, like, honestly, Summoner, I am so disappointed that they never added more primals after Phoenix. Because it would be so cool to see a Summoner variant where instead of having a book, you have like a polymorphic weapon that changes depending on the primal you're channeling. So like you're Odin and you have a sword. You are I mean, it's a bit difficult with some of them, like Shiva, because Shiva had a bunch of different weapons. But like Shiva could be the wildcard one where you use loads of different things. Sephiroth is you just punching stuff. Zervan was like the spear. Sophia, you're just mage, and you can do the different spells and stuff like that. Ifrit, you're going around clawing people, like stuff like that would have been so nice to have. Yeah, the fact that we never got the warring triad, especially Sephiroth, was really fucking bizarre. I wish that they had at the very least given us more glams for the E-guy. Or Eggy, or whatever the fuck. You just want to diamond dust people. I like stepping on people, what can I say? In FF11, the best summoner spell for Odin, because you can just delete stuff. I have yet to play 11. 11 is probably going to be the next MMO when I am caught up on 14, but that doesn't mean I'm going to jump straight into 11. Just means that it will be the next MMO that I cover at some point down the line. I'm very interested in 11. At some point I need to go back and do 16's DLC, but '16 was so disappointing. Hello. Is it the next dungeon? Do you need feeling your OP-ness for OP things? Okay. What are we doing? Fist a turtle. There's no way you're on Hell's Kier. Oh, Susano. Yeah, okay. Forgot about the DLC in 16. Yeah. The issue I had with 16 was, like, it starts off so strong because the combat is so interesting. But very quickly you learn what abilities are worth using. And as much as you then have more options, it's like, it isn't... Some of those options are just inherently worse than things you already have. And so the combat just becomes incredibly similar. If they had an elemental system where you could exploit enemy weaknesses by using certain summons, I think that would have done so many things to help that game not just feel samey as fuck. Because, like, the combat was really, really fun, but by the end of the game, every fight is playing out more or less the fucking same.
How our hearts sing in the chaos!
I think that by the time that I reached the end, the only thing that I still wanted to try out was Oath, because it changed the way that you played significantly. But beyond that, you were incentivized to use Titan because you had the counter. You tried all the abilities. Fair enough. I think Bahamut was the most disappointing to me.
Rejoice!
You almost never use Titans. Where I ended up using Titan, Garuda, and...
Resilient souls, I salute you!
Ifrit, I think. I forget, it's been a while. But, like, Titan's counter was just so good.
Earth and stone at our beck and call!
You like using Titan to steal tank aggro in low-level roulettes.
Such ferocity! 'Twas a memorable dance indeed.
There you go. Thank you. I still need the tombstones. But yeah, it's like, as much as you could try a lot of stuff, like... I think the thing was, it was that you had to... Because you weren't adding to your repertoire, you were just changing it. So, like, the core tenet of gameplay in 16 didn't change much from beginning to end. But it was just your, like, abilities that you could change. But it was that you had to swap one out for the other, instead of, like, Devil May Cry, where you could, like, as you unlocked new weapons, you unlocked new ways to extend combos by weaving in and out of certain weapons and things like that. And that's why Devil May Cry works so well, is because with each new weapon, you're actually unlocking a whole load of things that you can do to add on to other stuff that you were already doing. Whereas 16 fell down because it was, oh yeah, we're not going to let you do this thing as well. It's you can do this or this. I think that was the thing that made it fall down for me. And that's why I think if it had an elemental system where if you did fire against a certain enemy, you did more damage. Like, I don't think it would work if you had resistances because of the way the idea was that you could use whatever the fuck you wanted to play it, which I can understand. But that also then meant that basically you just found whatever fit your play style, and then you didn't change because you had no incentive to change. '16 was disappointing gameplay wise to me. It's because it started so fucking strong and then it lost all that momentum quite quickly. Story-wise, it wasn't terrible, but that's why it's gone from my head. And I'm not in a rush to go and do the DLC. Okay, so we're in Kozuma Uka Sao. Which means... yeah. Wait, what? To the south? I may not be able to get there yet. Let's grab the Aetheryte. Yeah, like, I think a lot of the issues that I had with 16 could have been solved by incentivizing you to use different abilities at different stages of the story for like different levels, because you would do more damage. That would have gone a long way to with their style of ability management. I also think that if they'd gotten rid of if they'd used a different style of ability management, where instead of you setting, okay, I want to use just this one skill and this one skill, if instead you could set up combos, like in Remember Me, that game, if anyone remembers it, so that you could, like, you used one ability, and then if you used, when the next time you used that ability, it instead did a different Primal's attack. And so you could set up a combo of, like, okay, you can either do them all really, really quickly and they'll combo together, or you can space them out more. Like, that could have been a really interesting way of weaving it together, but there was very little weaving that you could do because you were so limited in what was available to you at any given moment. We should stop here for the night. I understand the desire to rush ahead, but we need to recuperate from our punishing river adventure. Then let's settle in. We'll need a cook fire, and there's meal preparation to be done. I like that they're actually acknowledging that, because it often feels like it's like you never see someone go to the bathroom in a movie.
How does one become the adopted child of the Dawn Servant?
I was but a ball of fuzz at the time, so I don't remember much. My earliest memories are of life in the palace. All I know is that I was born in Ikbrash, a village in Yaktel. But I've never bothered to return there. As far as I'm concerned, Ulul Jaja is my only parent.
I quite understand. I have no memories of my birth parents either. For a while, I wanted to learn who they were. But over time, that curiosity waned. Galuf was my dear grandfather, and he was all I needed.
So our situations were quite similar. Even though Papa already had a trueborn son, he raised me and Kona with no less love. One time, I'd wandered off alone into the forest and gotten lost. Before I became a meal for some beast, Papa dropped everything and came to my rescue. I was scared and sobbing and ready for a scolding, but the head of resolve praised me for surviving the ordeal. I did get my lecture from the head of reason, though. He went on and on about the dangers of the jungle and all the horrible ways I could have died. Growing up, Papa was kind and patient, but a tyrant when it came to training. Now, of course, I realize he was preparing me for my duties as a promise. For all the good it did. There's so much I failed to learn about my own country. Whether it's alpacas or Ihihana, I hardly know anything. I've lived such a sheltered life, yet convinced myself I understood Tural and its people. I don't have Kona's education, or Zoralja's strength. I'm all bluff and bravado, not fit to bear my title.
Complete aside, but we know nothing about Kryl's parents. I don't think we even know wherever it is that Kryl got found and like picked up by Galuf. The only Kryl lore you have is from Eureka, yeah. But that's the Isle of Val, which was where the students of Baldessian were based. Not... And, like, that was a much more normal area before Eureka started fucking it up. I'm just thinking, what if the next... No, you just mean that's because where we learn about Galuf. Yeah. And the Dawn Servant noted how she had grown too, true. What I'm thinking is, if the next expansion is Mericidia, what if there was a story beat where it turns out that Kryl is basically like Ekio or Aiko or whatever her name was from FF9. That could be cool. Anyway, why do you want... I'm not going to repeat what we said before. Why do you want the throne?
Why? Because my father built a nation where everyone can live in peace, and I want to keep it that way. I think I see what you're saying. My reasons for joining the contest have nothing to do with my brothers. It's always been about the Turali and what I can do for them.
You said it yourself. How important it is to properly know something. To hear the voices of others, empathize with how they feel, and think how best to serve. In so doing, you'll come ever closer to being the person you wish to be.
I'm sorry, everyone. I've been a fool. From this moment on, I'll stop trying to be the promise I'm not. I won't feign strength to hide my weaknesses. Step by step, I'll learn all there is to know and love about Tulihyolal and my fellow Turali. It might not be the smoothest path, but it'll be a path of my own making. I will find the City of Gold for all of us, along with the answers you seek about your grandfather, Kryl. I swear.
I appreciate it, Wuklamart. But you needn't take on that burden as well. Galuf Baldessian dedicated his life to protecting people from all manner of threats. As his granddaughter, I wouldn't wish to endanger others for the sake of a personal investigation. So let's just concentrate on winning the contest. We have a shared goal, and, if at all possible, I'd rather we enjoy the journey.
Hear, hear. We are companions on the same road, bound for the same destination. With our combined talents, nothing will stop us from reaching the Golden City.
Thank you. Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
A little toddler's growing up. You like the little clover earring? Yeah, it's cute. Meanwhile, in the second Promises camp, okay, so Kona. Thancred, Urianger. How's it going?
Thank you all. I am proud to call you my friends.
They seem to be enjoying themselves. Are you sure you don't want to go and say a word to your sister?
Nay, there is no need for that. But what of you two? Wuklamat's allies are your comrades. It must feel strange to be rivals.
Helping you has made us rivals, aye. But we're not about to break into fisticuffs over it. Unless, of course, it is a matter of winning or losing the contest. Then I'll have no qualms about putting Alize on her rear.
Specifically Alize.
Despite our long history, never have I been given the chance to test myself against our companions. The thought stirreth within me a most unexpected sense of competition.
I think the closest we got was playing volleyball.
Lamachi has surrounded herself with distinguished figures indeed. One of the Studium's finest graduates, the head of the students of Baldessian. And then there's Eorzea's vaunted champion. If she's half the hero you say, then the odds are stacked against us.
There's also the fact you only got two.
Not that I have any intention of bowing out.
I don't really understand why Kona and Wuklamart aren't
Our time
working
in
together.
Urkopacha only served to strengthen my resolve. We saw how a single storm cut off the alpaca roots and threw my people's lives into disarray. Such uncertainties are why I advocate for the adoption of Sharlayan innovations, that Tulihyolal might know greater stability and prosperity. Our nation can change for the better. And I will be the man to change it.
Well, it's a start. I imagine your experiences on this journey, all the things you'll hear and feel and think, will help you refine that approach.
Hear, feel, think. I see what you did there.
But to return to the subject of the rite, I'm a touch concerned by the condition for victory. The claimant who breaks the seal becomes Dawn Servant, not the one who performed the 7 feats first.
The would-be victor need only possess the 7 keystones.
That is correct. As the contest wears on, we must brace ourselves for greater conflict.
We need Moonbreeder back to bully Urianger again. Meanwhile, with the first promise, and you like how the plots of Final Fantasies eventually just get repeated in 14. This is just 12, but different.
Your rivals still lag behind. The second and third promise may have recruited competent lackeys, but none compared to you. How can they hope to compete with the resilient son? The only child ever sired by a two-head.
I kind of feel like it's
only the
more
ignorant
similar
or
to
foolish
10
could fail to see that you were born
in the
to be
pilgrimage.
Dawnservant.
Not anything to do with sin, obviously.
Such titles mean nothing.
I neglected to mention. When I first heard the rumors that the contest involved the Golden City, I spoke in confidence with Gulul Jaja's inner circle.
Not the fighting
They all
over the
agreed
throne
on
bit,
one
but
thing.
the traveling across the world in order to take on a responsibility.
Whoever reaches the City of Gold
is quite
will
similar
attain
to
a
the
power
summoning.
so great, it can dictate the course of history. If this power truly exists, then I humbly beg a fair share of it. Time is passing, and I would put my plans in motion without delay. The useless tool is cast aside after all. And just so there is no misunderstanding, you consent to this course, no matter who is made to suffer.
In battle, everyone bleeds. The Dawn's promise is no exception. What better lesson to teach our people the folly of war?
Earlier, Bakul Jaja. Congratulations, you killed the same thing we did.
I was hoping for a good scrap, but this bloated sack of bile was no challenge at all. I wonder if the house cat is dead yet. Be ashamed to lose a plaything, but we'd still have 2 more.
If I may ask, Chosen One, what are your plans for Tuliolal after you take the throne?
Plans? What makes you think we care about all that? We care only about the contest and proving our superiority. That would surely please Mother and Father. Yes, and when we become Dawn's servant, we'll drive out the weakling masses and invite our kin to live in the city. Fine idea! Our family deserves better than that rotten jungle. Back to it then. We must catch up to that one-headed pretender and remind him of the natural order.
I made it.
I thought we were missing someone. Where have you been?
Oh, I feared I was done for when I fell from the boat. Yet, somehow I made it. Oh, my arms, I can barely lift them. If I could just rest a moment.
You expect us to wait for you? Those who can't keep up will be left behind.
My brother has spoken. March, or be fodder for the beasts.
But I followed the teachings! Everything I've done, everything I've sacrificed, all has been for the blessed seedlings. Wait. Don't leave me behind! I'm begging you!
Just in case you weren't sure that he was a cunt yet. I think part of my problem is with thinking about FF12 is that was more about, well, for one, canonically, Rabanastre exists in FF14 as well as Dalmasca. And I think Ash is dead in this timeline. So I kind of struggle to then think about them recycling 12 more. But like, that was more about, okay, it was more like the Anastasia thing of where you've got a royal that their entire family has been murdered and then they're trying to come back in. It's also very much so about the Empire, which we've kind of already had all of the Empire stuff, and at least so far there is no Empire that we're really vying against now. It is just about who is most worthy to claim the throne. There's probably going to be some bullshit when Gajul Jar Jar doesn't get the throne later on, where he's going to be a dick and throw a coup, but it's a bit different. What are you talking about? 12's only about a kid who wants to become a sky pirate and steals things. You're right. You're right. It's just about a kid and his best friend who wears a jumpsuit, and the kid shows his chest the whole time, and they just want to be sky pirates. And, you know, then they come across their mentor, who's this really cool and sexy sky pirate with a bunny sex slave. And there was nothing about a princess or a disgraced knight trying to reclaim his honor or anything like that. Nah. I actually don't remember that much of 12's story. I think I remember more of the, like, optional stuff, like the hunts and the locations. Balthier is the main character of 12. Change your mind, you can't. Balthier makes himself the main character. But I would still say that basically the only one who isn't the main character is Vaan. Even Pinello, I think, has a more compelling story than Vaan. We have a main quest storyline where you have to kill Balthier's dad because he's effectively a cunt. Also, man was a judge and he said, fuck all of you while I'm out. Yeah, but we also had multiple quests that were all about Ash proving that she was worthy to be queen, and about Bash trying to reclaim his honor and clear his name. So, I'd say that Ash, Bash, and Balthier are all the main characters of 12. Fran, the only time Fran is really relevant is when you're in the Raktika Greatwood. And even then, it doesn't feel that eh. Van definitely isn't the main character. To be honest, it just feels like Van is there to pull Penelo into the story. And so then Penelo ends up actually being more interesting than Van, because Penelo is the one that kind of has the responsibility to look after Van. Fran has importance through the forest and the entire existence of the mist. Yes. But for most of the game, you could kind of not have Fran be there. And if Fran just kind of joined you when you get to the Greatwood, and turned out that she already had an existing relationship with Balthier, and she joined you from that point, like, it wouldn't really change much. I don't think. You never saw Penelo as interesting or responsible. You saw her as nagging and clingy. I mean, I can see that as well. But, like, Penelo seemed more interested in actually learning about the world as she was going through it. Penelo is the Tidus of, like, actually wanting to learn, whereas Van, the whole time that he's going through, the only thing he wants is to be a sky pirate, and that's it. Whereas Penelo, like, actually seems like she wants to know about the world. Like, it feels like there's more character development in Penelo in that sense than there ever was in Van. Because, like, Tidus actually does develop as he goes through. He's learning all about the world, and then you have the big M. Night Shyamalan twist and all the rest of it. Van never has any of that. Van starts as a stupid kid, he ends as a stupid kid. Anyway. Ugh. Being able to say those things has brought me such relief. It's like a stone has been lifted off my chest, and I can take a full breath at last. I don't want to encumber myself like that again. I want to be better. Will be better. For myself and for my people. Van is along for the ride. Yeah. But, like, it feels like Van is Kairi. And because Kairi got pulled into the events of everything, then Sora goes in, and Sora does everything. He learns about stuff and all the rest of it. But Penelo is Sora. In Kingdom Hearts 1, specifically, where Kairi is basically just the MacGuffin that made Sora want to save people. Except Van didn't have to die 2 times so far. Yeah. But, like, that Van being, like, that kind of, like, the younger brother figure, or the son, or whoever the fuck it is, that then gives agency to the better character to go and be the hero. That kind of feels like what happens with Penelo, because Penelo takes responsibility for Van, because Van can't take responsibility for himself. Kingdom Hearts is a very good yaoi story. That's the canon we have in this chat. Yep. The power of young queer love. The true strength was the friends we made along the way, and this vibrator in my arse. What? Okay. That's probably enough talking about different games for a minute. I'm gonna pop to the toilet, and then we'll get back to it. I'm gonna stand for a bit. I've also changed into trackies instead of shorts because it's a bit cooler today. I see you also tried to cheat in a chess tournament with a vibrator up my arse, pulsing my prostate with the precise moves. I knew when I was at checkmate because I would come. I don't know where that came from. Oh, I know that it was a real thing. But I knew I was at checkmate because I came bit. That came out of somewhere. Jesus. You were zoned out until I said those words and now you're confused. The vibrating butt plug joke that I made for Sora. Patinga then built on that by bringing up the chess grandmaster that was accused of having a butt plug that vibrated to tell him the optimum moves in chess. Yeah. Fuck me. The Moblin settlement of Earthenshire is not far from here, but be warned, the road we'll be taking is a favoured hunting ground for bandits. With the stairs currently impassable, will be fewer travellers, meaning the brigands will be desperate for victims to ambush. Although, considering present company, I suppose my concern is unwarranted. Bandits on the road? What have Zaralja and the Landsguard been doing? Seems it's up to me to restore order to the area, and off she goes. And off she goes. For now, we'll head west and aim for the bank of the second river. Alpaca keep! Okay, to the west, to the west. Honestly, I can't see past this story seeming very similar to Metaphor in how it's proving who's to be the next monarch and stuff like that. And the fact that you've got the one guy that just wants to cause war and all of that. Like, it just... I feel like it's gonna come out that Galul Jar Jar... No, that's the Dawn Servant. The baddie. I think it's gonna come out that he was somehow slighted by the Dawn Servant, or feels that way, and all the rest of it, and just... I can't see past it being Metaphor. Well, where are these bandits? Apparently, they're not foolish enough to attack a party of this size. Earthenshire is just a little further ahead, on the opposite bank of the Miakabek Zoma. But let's remain vigilant all the same. But Metaphor and Dawntrail would have been being developed at about the same time. Metaphor's Capcom, so it's not like there would have been any crosstalk. It's not like it was another Square Enix title. So, it's just a coincidence. So I'm presuming this is going to be the first area that we unlock light in. But I need to get... Okay. This may take a minute. Is it on the island? I think it is. Yeah, there it is. But wait, is this Urko Pacha or is this Kozuma Uka? This is Kozuma Uka. Could still be the first location that we unlocked later. But... Swim, bitch! Oh. Hello. I found myself last night thinking about Blue Mage and how I want more spells because I don't have the ones for like Stormblood and Shadowbringers dungeons and stuff like that. But I'm also looking forward to when Beastmaster and Blue Mage get updated, or released in the case of Beastmaster, because I think I'm missing, now that everything's level 100, I'm missing that like easy grind, because I have so much stuff to do in Bosnia, but it's such a fucking faff. Ooh. This looks like something out of Dragon Ball Z. Like, if Bosnia was more active, I don't think I'd have an issue. But it feels like every time I go into Bosnia, there's like 2 people in there. Unless I do it at a time where I would stream, which would mean streaming Bosnia, or not streaming. But I've got better stuff to stream. This is it, the village where the Lay of Pots from the Gulial saga took place. Earthenshire, Idleshire. Might the similarity be a cultural inclination, I wonder? Settlements themselves couldn't be more different, though. This shire appears custom-built to resemble Pots, while the other is a repurposed town. Honestly, it's reminding me of Blue Dragon. Pshaw! Welcome to Earthenshire. Do I have the pleasure of happy greeting the Third Promise and her retinue? That's us. We're looking for the Dawn Servant's Elector, if you happen to know who that is. You are exchanging tongue flaps with her right now. Redderrock is the Elector you seek. Oh, that's helpful. We can cut straight to performing the feat. As much as Redderrock would like to do just that, we have a much more pressing worry. The storm which hit our village shattered the cliffs and dropped rocks on our brain cases. Many help hands for the Potsworn were injured. This is no time for feats or metal tests. I'm sorry to hear that. After learning what the storm did to the stairs, I feared you'd been caught in its path. Not to change the subject, but what are the Potsworn? Goldsmiths contracted to work for the Moblins. The word comes from the pot-like workshops where they practice their craft. The Moblins provide these Potsworn with tools, materials, living quarters, everything the artisans could possibly need. This allows them to concentrate on producing what's widely known as the finest gold and metalwork in Taral. This is unacceptable. I was promised no distractions. If this is the best they can offer, I should never have left Wachumeki Meki. You see, the Potsworn desert us. Without enough healthy help hands, we are failing to uphold our side of the Pot Pact. Should all our Potsworn leave, Earthenshire will grind to a halt. We have to do something, and do it soon. Then let us stand in for the injured helpers. It would give me the chance to learn more about your people and your village. And if it brings us closer to beginning the feat, then all the better. This isn't strictly part of the contest, so don't feel obligated to join in. Take a rest while you can. Of course I'll help. I was hoping you'd say that. I actually wasn't sure I could do this on my own. We'll all help. I doubt any of us could just sit around and watch. We'll take every help hand we can get. Redderrock truth swears that once the Potsworn have their perfect workshops again, we will commence the feat with all haste. You and the Third Promise can assist help hand Rakarok. Kakarot? You other 4, follow Redderrock. There are other help hands in need of hand lending. Carrot Cake? I really appreciate you pitching in. I meant what I said at many fires. There'll be no more feigning strength. No more playing at being an invincible promise. If there's one thing I've learned on this journey, it's how practiced you are at aiding those in need. I mean to make the most of having such an incredible mentor at my side. I haven't had carrot cake in ages. Now, let's find this Rakarok fellow and see what we can do for him. Wait, I just realized he's got Korok in his name. Yahaha! Yeah, fucking ha. Yeah, you found me. I was a moblin the whole time. Rakarok can't meet his obligations without more help hands. Pot rack is broken and the pots are emptying. I was under this rock for the whole game. You've come to aid Rakarok? Rakarok accepts your hand-lending with joyous field smiles. If we can offer the Potswan their promised good living, we might save the day yet. Whatever you need. What Rakarok needs is for new help hands to create good living for Potswan Kahe. The help hand assigned to Kahe was hurt during rock rain, so Rakarok took over, but he know nothing of Kahe. What does Kahe want? What does Kahe need? Help hand do not bother the Potswan with straight tasks. Our job is to observe and anticipate, to prepare things with guess think. Please guess think with Rakarok. Find out what Kahe is lacking so we can provide it. You can count on us. Turns out they need a 10-inch tentacle. Don't ask why. This is where Kai works, is it? Let's take a peek inside then. That must be Kai. It'd be a lot quicker if we could just talk to him, but that's not the way they do things around here, apparently. He's hot, he needs water and a fan. We'll have to leave him be and try our hand at some guess thing. Inspect the workshop. I mean, he's fanning himself. He's hot. Cool him down. Done. This legitimately feels like one of those things where it's like, can you see what Kae needs? Point to it on your screens now! That's right. Kae's hot. He needs a fan. Can you say fan? Well, he has no shortage of crafting materials. There must be something else he's missing. He's barely touched his meal. That dish is meant to be eaten hot, or it loses its savor. Those tools are looking pretty worn down. Maybe it's time for some new ones? He must be boiling sitting so close to the furnace. And there's no airflow to speak of. How could anyone work in that stifling heat? Can you say caliente? Muy caliente. Alright, take a good look. I think I have an idea of what things Kahe needs to improve his working conditions. Let's head back outside and talk to Rakarok. It's just like Pantos and you're doing goddamn Panto at work. Oh. Where is he? He's behind you! No, he's not. He's behind... Yeah. You made your observations? What did you guess think? First off, I noticed Kae hadn't touched his meal, and an empty belly can't be good for his concentration. Maybe the cooking isn't to his liking? But our food is very mouth-pleasing. Why wouldn't he want to eat it? Ah, but Rakarok is sure of nothing when it comes to Kae's tastes. I can help you with that. My brother Koana is also Hitsaro. And while everyone has their personal preferences, there are some they tend to share, like an aversion to piping hot dishes. If it was brought to him like that, Kai probably wouldn't have been able to eat until it cooled down, and by the time he came back to it, he might have found it cold and unappetizing. This is true. Cats are very sensitive to heat when it comes to their palates. The simplest solution is to serve dishes that taste good no matter the temperature. Ragnarok never would have thought of that, with a third promise mind explaining these things to our cook. Not at all, but I don't think that was the only reason Kahe couldn't concentrate. The Hetsaro homeland is hot and dry, but even Kahe seemed to be suffering in front of that furnace. Is there any way you could cool down the workshop? Oh, we could try a drafty shard. They make lovely breeze. Do you know where we can get one of those? You can gather them from the Shoals of No Return. There are many old boats there, abandoned by ones who gave up on their search for the Golden City. So we salvage them from wrecks. Could you handle that for us? Sweet. Oh, and one more thing. From what I could tell, Kahe's files and saws and things were very worn down. Maybe a new set of tools is in order? Ah? Ragnarok was so preoccupied with stocking materials. Serious oversight, which he will rectify. Supplying good tools for good living is a help hand's responsibility. Then we all have work to do. We can meet back here when our tasks are done. The Shoals of No Return are past the crags, through a tunnel southeast of here. You should be able to spot the passage from just outside the village. See you when you don't return. Oh, hey guys. They are dressed like the overcoat and belts and stuff. It really is kind of similar. You're after, aren't you? What brings you out here? The same thing as you? Ah, the issue for caring for the Potsworn. When they approached me with that same problem, I suggested they commission artisans in Sharlayan instead. The quality of craftsmanship would be guaranteed, after all. However, the Moblins did not care for that idea. Surely it would be more effective to engage a uniformly trained collective. Can't understand their fixation on individual contracts. That's because you don't have a creative bone in your body. Perhaps the custom will make more sense once we begin the feat of pots. Until then, we've been deemed unfit to assist in the matter of help hands, and are indeed tasked with tending the injured. We were on our way back from procuring herbs for Urianger, in fact. Settlements in Kozama Uka, too, have been isolated by the storm's destruction. What would have become of the wounded had we not found a way here? Should I become Dawn Servant, one of my first acts will be to establish reliable trade routes to the capital, when I imagine how much good we can achieve with Sharlayan technology. So, your entire policy is just around Sharlayan technology, instead of what the people actually want. You would make such a good advisor or like vizier or something like that, but I really don't understand why he's going for Dawn Servant against Wuklamat when literally all he cares about is like the infrastructure and shit like that. Make Wuklamat the leader so that it preserves peace and all the rest of it, and then let Kona be like the head of infrastructure or whatever the fuck, and he does all the innovations that makes everyone's lives better and safer. But he really doesn't need to be Dawn Servant for that, I don't think. My apologies. I have much to consider, if you'll excuse us. We'll meet again soon, I'm sure. Take care. The brothers would have to get along, or at least be willing to work together, which they aren't. Well, Kona and Wuklamat get along. That's the thing, the two of them get along fine. It's the Mamul Jar ones that have like a chip on their shoulder. Because they think that they are superior. You spot the tunnel opening, head through the passage to the Shoals of No Return, and recover the Drafty Shard. But they don't want to break tradition and whatnot. So, like, Wuklamat's main thing is that she wants peace. And she wants everyone to get along, stuff like that. Ona's main thing is that he wants to improve people's lives and bring about technology from Sharlayan in order to do that. Those two ideals aren't necessarily opposed, but what it is that Kona has no regard for the traditions and stuff, whereas Wuklamat appreciates them from a cultural perspective. But you can have culture, like you can have the festivals of Ilihani or whatever the fuck it was. You can have stuff like that still happen whilst also having other stuff to like build trade and make all of that stuff easier. Like Kona has already done some stuff, like the dirigibles and things like that. So like it, to me it seems like Kona really doesn't need to be Dawn Servant to still do the stuff that he wants. He just needs to be allied with a Dawn Servant in order to get that stuff approved. And him and Wuklamat aren't like at different viewpoints. It's just a different approach. Kona needs to be like reined in a little bit so he doesn't go too far and go above the people's heads in doing stuff, because like it's still important to have the culture of each of the different races in order to preserve peace. But you could still like set up a railway between all of the different settlements that trade is much easier. You could still set up some kind of reservoir and stockpiling facility so that when a storm does blow through and break stuff, you've got a relief effort that can go out and can help them and to get re-established quicker and like shit like that. That's more sort of modern Sharlayan in this universe approaches to dealing with these problems without necessarily losing the cultural aspect. And so I really do feel like if he and Wuklamat work together, they'd be a perfect pairing. But what do I know? Well, I know that that's probably going to be how this resolves in the end. We're backing Wuklamat, so she's probably going to end up being successful. And when she is, she's probably going to rely on Kona to some degree. Okay, so that is somewhere I can't get to right now. At least not easily. This place is kind of cool. The Imperious. I like how it's legitimately the boss that we killed as part of that dungeon, but they're just lesser. I am stuck. Apparently I can't get out of there. Okay, I need to go into this cave. I probably would have come here if I just kept going with the story, but fuck it. God, I could use a mount speed up. Yeah, this location would be perfect for stockpiling relief resources. Or have a centralized team based out of Tuliyollal, and that has airships, and then the airships can fly to wherever they need to, because they won't be as limited in their movement as the dirigibles. Because like the airships would be very expensive, I presume, whereas the dirigibles are relatively cheap in comparison. So that's how I'm rationalizing that Kona hasn't brought an airship over. But also, we took the Ragnarok to fucking the edge of space. So I'm sure if we petitioned the Sharlians for relief aid like FEMA, they could just fly the Ragnarok here in like 5 minutes. Well, okay, I don't know how long it took us to get to the far edge of space. But I feel like it wouldn't take long to just get to a different continent. Like, isn't there that thing that if you were to... I think it's if you were to dig to the center of the Earth, or go up into orbit and then come back down, that it would only take like 40 minutes or an hour to get anywhere in the world. I think that might be if you drilled through the core of the Earth and used like a gravity lift kind of thing. Because you accelerate and accelerate as you're getting closer to the core, and then you decelerate as you come out the other side. And I think that would take about 40 minutes to like go from wherever to then come out. I mean, I doubt it's the fire crystal. We need the wind crystal. The crystal shard is faintly warm to the touch. That's going to be an ice crystal. This is green, so this will be the one we want. This crystalline shard emanates a soothing whisper of wind. Seems you found the crystal Rakarok sent you to salvage. Yay, fetch quest! 800 meters. How did I not get that one when we were... Okay. I will teleport back. I want flight. I miss flight. And I'm gonna damn sight want it when I'm doing like hunts and shit. Speaking of hunts, hello. I've had enough of that, man. I've also had enough of that, man. I said I've had enough of that one. Okay, we're just getting all the robots. To the southeast. Can't exactly go more south. Okay. To southwest. Yeah, it's over here. Okay. Pretty. The next one is 1,000 yards to the north. Which would put it near many fires, wouldn't it? Did I miss it? I must have missed it. Oh, no, it's still more to the north? Okay. Well, you know what I say to that? Leroy! Oh. No Leroy. Sadness. Leroy? No. No. It doesn't want to let me drop down? I mean, I could just teleport back to the Orkanu, but... I'm sure at some point we'll fix those stairs, but... Oh, come on! It's like frickin' Pelusia all over again, and how it's annoyingly hard to drop down from the top of Pelusia. Depending on where you are. Is that a cool breeze Rakarok feel? Yes! Thank you for Seeky Finding and Drafty Shard. Rakarok will add it to the new set of tools he brought. And I come bearing good food tidings. The cook has prepared a feast fit for the most discerning Heterosaro, and it's on its way even as we speak. Let's go in and see what Kai thinks of our efforts. I'm just moving back so that the crinkling doesn't turn up on the mic so much. Ah, he's looking a bit better. I was wondering what occasion called for me to receive so many visitors. A fine meal, new tools, and a welcome source of cool air. Now I remember why I signed a pop pact. I'm grateful for your kind considerations. Allow me a moment or two and I'll reciprocate with a piece worthy of a pot swarm. An oil lamp to brighten the halls of Volok Shunsa. The craftsmanship satisfies Earthenshire's reputation for quality, I trust. Such luster, such brilliance! Truly, a gift fit for the Dawn Servant. I'm glad you like it. Considering the time I've wasted till now, I hope to continue crafting at this improved pace. I have a contract to fulfill after all. Forgive my interruption. Lamati, I'm told the Elector has deemed the crisis past and is prepared to task us with defeat. It's great news. Thank you for letting me know. So this is the craft of a potsworn. It is indeed a masterful piece. Thank you for your words of praise, Second Promise. I drew inspiration from Kozuma Uka's natural beauty and sought to capture it in my work. Wonder why the Moblins did not simply build a workshop in the city. And now I have my answer. Even Sharlayan goldsmiths cannot easily replicate such exquisite artistry. One cannot create great things if one lacks creative impetus. Tuliolal, fortunately, does not want for inspiration. Anyone willing to learn the basics of a craft would do well to study it here. I was raised among Hetrasara more traditional than most, and the shared ingenuity of Tral's various peoples was eye-opening. You lived as a traditional Hetzaro. I have few fond memories of nomadic life. Okay. Care to elaborate on that? Or are you just going to be dark and broody? Rakarok is great helpful for you. I thank you for both your hard work and clever guess think. When it comes to help handing, knowing the potsworn really is important. Well, that's true for pretty much everyone you meet. It's a lesson I've had drummed into me several times already on this journey. The Elector bids the claimants assemble in the large building on the west side of the village. I'll head over after finding Thancred and Uriange. I also ran into the Levalure twins on the way here. Took the liberty of directing them to the venue. Thanks. We're rivals. It's not his job to make sure I know the feat starting. But even now, he's conscientious to a fault. Anyway, let's not keep Redderrock waiting. Redderrock, thank you for assisting Help Hand Rakarok. She will announce the feat once the other claimants arrive, so please be patient a little while longer. Claimants. Who else is here? I'm happy to report we were able to convince one of the potsworn to stay. How did you fare? So you managed to do the same. Splendid. I had a feeling. Welcome to Earthenshire, First Promise. We support your plans for Salt Crossing and the new potsworn they will bring. Hail the mighty Zeral Jar. He cleared many piles of rockfall as they were pebblestones. Resilient son for Dawn Servant. Zeral Jar was clearing fallen rocks? I'm surprised he would volunteer his time for anything unrelated to the contest. He was trying to get here, that's why. Well, well, we meet again. And we're all here. Just in time for the feat to begin. I bet he was already here laying low while the rest of us did all the work. Claimants, your attention, please. As Redderrock has explained, many of our potsworn left us following the storm. The precious metalwork crafted by those artisans brings in much jingly shine from across the salt. Should our stream of trade goods dry up, Earthenshire will suffer. Tuliolal merchants will suffer. So, Redderrock sets you this feat. Each of you are to find one clever hand goldsmith to bring back here to us. So we're to recruit new Potsworn. Makes sense for the feat of Pots. Calling this a feat does not justify taking advantage of the claimants and their influence. How does finding workers for you demonstrate their worthiness for the throne? You are free to refuse Redderuk's request. She'll be happy to inform Dawnservant of Zor Al-Jar's disqualification. The right is a means to an end. The steps we take to get there are not important. Then Redderuk declares the feat of Pots begun! But remember, Pot Pack must be agreed to willingly. No grab snatching or deceitful tongue flaps. Yeah, it's about knowing the people's strengths. The Elector said nothing of taking a willing artisan from a rival. Which is exactly what we shall do. Yeah. A fine suggestion, brother. I'm glad you think so, brother. Come, let us lay our plans. That nasty brute's up to something. Aye, he may seek to delay us again as he did on the river. We can but remain vigilant while we plot our course. What do you think, Wootlamat? Have you any candidates in mind to satisfy this feat? Yes. Fonjatane. I know some artisans amongst my supporters, but they're all in their twilight years. Couldn't ask them to give up the comforts of Tuliolal to live in this remote village, no matter how beautiful the scenery. Meanwhile, Kona probably has 100 young craftspeople to choose from. Not that I'm comparing us, you understand. That's just a statement of fact. I suppose we could try asking her around Wachumeki Meki. That seems a logical place to start. Back to Tuliolal it is. Wait, does that mean we have to take the boat again? No, there's Aetherites. No, 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 I can't do it! I can't stomach another boat ride. You said I would share my burdens, so I'll speak plainly. The truth is, I get really, really sick on boats. No shit. Wootlamat, this is hardly news. But it was brave of you to admit it in any case. We won't be fighting the current this time. Heading downriver will be much... There is an Aetherite right there. There's an Aetherite in Tuliolal. What the fuck is the point in having the Aetherites if we don't use them? It will? Are you sure? I'm positive. Mostly. Now, if she also told me that she gets Aetherite sickness, then I could understand that response. But, like, no, why? Why? That was unnecessary and took longer than it needed to. I need a moment. Upriver or downriver, Ihukatamu is too rough for me. Nausea's a bit more bearable now that I've stopped trying to hide it, but I'd still rather not set foot on a boat if I can help it. Alright, I think I'm ready. Let's see if Master Ropely can help us recruit a Potsworn. Again, I know that the writing is supposed to make it accessible to everyone. So if you don't remember Fontaine, or whatever the fuck his name was. Fontaine. Like, but I feel like we should have been given the option to, like, say, like, give us the option to be like, oh, we could head to Wachumeki Meki, or, hey, what about this guy? And it's like, oh yeah, we met him. That was at Wachumeki Meki. Let's go back to Tuliolal. And then it was just completely unnecessary for us to take the boat. And objectively, a bad choice, given that we're kind of fighting against time. Not super that case at the minute, but ostensibly we are. Like, it feels like they forgot that aetherites are a thing. And clearly are an established method of transportation. Even here, since Kona deliberately came over and has built aetherites, they must be using it. Greetings, Third Promise. What brings you back to Wachumeki Meki? You've not chipped your axe again, have you? No, Master Robley. Actually, I have a favour to ask. Your guess has always been that not everyone can use aetherite transportation. Otherwise, 85% of the game's fetch quests are fucking pointless. My thing was that aetherites cost money. Like, using them has an inherent fee, and so maybe not everyone can afford them. There may be, like, a certain aspect of it where they can't use it. Like, if you've got people like Thancred that aren't able to interact with ether, then they may not be able to use it, because, like, Thancred was only able to use the aetherite to get to Razat Han because it was a prototype one, I think. So, like, that would make sense as well. But, like, it's the fact that there's been no mention of it that I just don't... Why have it... Like, they've already mentioned that it's a new thing that Kona has introduced. The fact that Earthenshire even has an aetherite is significant. But if they had done something like Tertium, where you can't use the aetherite yet because the storm has knocked out its ethereal whatever the fuck, then fair enough, at least there's an in-law reason not to use it. But just completely ignoring it feels the same as completely ignoring that ether was the problem with the crops. It just feels like they're completely ignoring anything that has happened pre-Dawntrail. And that this is like the start of a whole new game. And a whole new world. But they've got all of these... But then it ends up being the exact same things. It's not a different problem. It's the same problem we've seen multiple times. But for some reason, we've just forgotten that that was what it was. Wuklamart forgot to attune before leaving the city multiple times. I mean, that... Now, you see, that would be a thing. Like, if we brought it up and then Wuklamart went, oh, no, I didn't attune again, then at least there's like, okay, she's forgetful. This is part of her character. This is why we need to do this. That could have been a little funny moment, and then she has to be like... And, like... You could have the thing of her lamenting that she has to take the boat again. Then it's like, oh wait, aetherite, and she's like, yeah, wait, no, and could have been funny, but I just, the writing feels like it is missing a lot of things which maybe not to everyone in the universe, and you know, maybe it's so new that people in Tuliolal don't think to use the Aetheryte. But her entire compadre of helpers are people that would be very familiar. Like, even Erenville must have used Aetheryte before. Multiple times, living and working in Sharlayan. So, like, fair enough, Wuklamart doesn't think of it. One of us has to remind her of it. Then, like, that feels like such an easy thing that has been missed. And we're just supposed to glance over it and act like, oh yeah, why wouldn't they take a bow? It's not like we're on a time pressure where we can literally use the power of teleportation. Especially since you know that in the exact same breath that this is precisely what Kona would do. Given that Kona is the one that has installed the Aetheryte network in Taral, there is fucking no reason whatsoever that he wouldn't use the Ethernet. So he could have... I wouldn't have been surprised if, like, we got here and it turned out that Kona was already here and he had already taken, like, the person that we were gonna get, and then it's like, oh no, who are we gonna get? And oh, what about Fonjatane? We met him earlier. Like, he'll do it, sure, let's go and ask him. Like, that would have made sense, but it's just I know I'm trying to apply logic to a video game, but it's not complicated logic. So what do you think? Do you know of any craftsmen who might be interested? Filching my artisans for the moblins, eh? Well, seeing as it's the third promise making the request, I'm willing to look the other way if one of them decides to take you up on the offer. I think you're thinking too much as usual, but it... Okay, the me getting latched onto the difference between ether and mana, that was me thinking too much. The me that was thinking, like, it's obviously ether, why is no one talking about ether being the issue? Like, fair enough, they don't necessarily have a way to fix the ether issue, but just being able to identify that that's the issue. And then being able to identify that once we learn about the ritual, that, oh, this is a focus, and then not just guessing, oh, it might work. It's like, no, we know about ether, we know about ritual foci now. So, like, you can go like, yes, this seems like it would work, not just, we'll have to try and find out. Like, especially given that one of the selling points for Final Fantasy XIV is the story. Like, that is the big thing that differentiates 14 from, like, WoW. Is that WoW, you can just skip through the story and all the rest of it, whereas FF14, you actually want to go through the story and pay attention. And the world and everything else. But this just... Ugh. It's just the fact that with just a small tweak, it would be so much better, and it would make sense, and it would tie into everything that we've done in the previous 90 levels of story. You're telling me people don't skip through the story? Oh no, there are people that do it, but it's that the difference between, like, Final Fantasy and WoW is that a lot of people advise you not to skip through the story in Final Fantasy because it's actually interesting. I would argue maybe not in A Realm Reborn, but, like, the story is one of the things that actually pulls people into Final Fantasy XIV, whereas WoW, it's more like the raiding and stuff like that. Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's the absolute best, but a lot of people consider FF14 and WoW to be the main competitors for an established MMO that, yeah, all the rest of it. And a lot of the people that came from WoW into Final Fantasy a year or two ago, like, that was one of the main things that they said was, like, the story in Final Fantasy is really, really good. A Realm Reborn does have a great story. It is just delivered like shit. Even after they cut out a load of filler, it is still just such a slog. But yeah. I'm not trying to say that 14 has, like, the perfect story or whatever, just that compared to WoW specifically. Only I can't think of a suitable candidate off the top of my head. Who do I know with a mastery of gold? It's been like 4 or 5 quests. Like, again, it's Dora the Explorer. This is so fucking Dora the Explorer. I can't think of anyone. Who do we know that likes goldsmithing and has recently come to Tural? Huh. Do you know of anyone, kids? Shout out their name now! Fongitain, that's right! Fuck off. Oh. The problem is, I know that I'm not being the most entertaining because I keep getting fucking stuck on these moments, but this is grating me so badly. Like, I just, oh. It's compared to, like, I know that this is a different writer, and so I hate to compare them to someone else. But the fact of the matter is that this is, like, the 5th expansion. You're going to compare it against the stuff that came before. And it's just that this is so different in how it's treating the player. Because what would normally happen is either you get given a choice of dialogue which gives you the option to either be like, oh, hey, remember this thing back then? I remember who that was. Or to just be like, okay, here's a more generic thing that's still going to lead you to the same place, but you don't feel good as the player having the agency to be like, oh yeah, that thing. Or you have it be that there's a question that's asked and then one of, like, Alphino or Alizé answers it and is like, oh yeah, we did this back then. And that ties the stuff together to make it feel cohesive. Whereas this, at least this part, which unfortunately is the beginning, it makes it seem like you are expected to not know anything about the rest of what just happened. It really does. Like, I know this is supposed to be a vacation kind of thing for the Scions, and, like, this isn't supposed to be as much work for them. They're not, like, here officially and all that shit. But that doesn't mean that you just forget everything that happened. It's just, ugh. Weirdly enough, you think you get more dialogue options later on. You only think so because you remember choosing a great many himbo choices. Yeah. Like, if if this was me making choices that then led to these dumbed down as fuck things, I could kind of understand it if that was the player's choice. But they've taken all agency off of the player, and they are treating us like toddlers, and that's why it's so Dora the Explorer. And I just can't look past it, because I feel like I'm being treated like I'm dumb as fuck, and I don't like that feeling. I am dumb as fuck sometimes, but I don't like feeling that way. And it's especially like thinking about the thing of like people skipping the story and stuff. I'll be honest, so far Dawntrail has had an incredibly skippable story in the way it's delivered. If they change just a few bits in what we've seen so far, it would be much more engaging, and it would make the player feel more like they are learning about the new world and how the new world views the same things that we've seen in Eorzea, Ilsabard, Hingashi, all of that stuff. And so like if it was that, oh, they don't call it ether over here, they call it mana, and this is how they approach it and how they treat it differently and all of the stuff. Like, it was definitely deliberate that they're trying to take a step away from the Scions, like, being the almighty, omniscient sort of thing that they were, of, like, knowing everything because it was helpful for MacGuffins. And I can understand why they've done that, given this was supposed to be an adventure that isn't, like, apocalyptic levels of significance. But I really think if they just had it be like, especially with the ether thing, because I can't fucking get past that. If they went that, like, especially Krile, if Krile went, huh, the ether feels a bit stagnant here, because they should be able to tell that, given they're all magically fucking inclined. And then be like, huh, I wonder what's causing that. And, like, still not be able to know how to fix it inherently, because they're not Y'shtola, but being able to at least identify the problem and not act like they're thick as dog shit. Oh yeah, if Y'shtola had been there and they pulled that crap, honestly, I could see that being a point that a lot of people lost interest in Dawntrail's story. And I know people complain about Dawntrail's story. I didn't think it was... I don't know if it's for the same reasons I'm complaining about it so far, but I didn't think it was. But this Dora the Explorer bullshit is... I don't like it. I am not a toddler. I am a level 90 specialized in at least one class at this point. I have been to 2 other reflections of the source. Like, especially after Shadowbringers and Endwalker, where, like, Dynamis and Ether stagnation and everything else was causing fucking people to transform into monsters. That's another thing as well, that, like, I can easily see past it, because this is a different expansion, and, like, from game breaking up, I can understand why it's not been mentioned. But so far, there has been no mention of the final days in Taral. And you'd think that there'd at least be some reference to it. In, like, that being one of the things that has motivated Galul Jaja, or whatever the Dawn Servant's name is, in, like, okay, now I need to, like, pass things on, because, like, we've just been through this traumatic event. I'm I'm getting too old to deal with, like, the next one we need to pass the torch on and all the rest of it. It seems the final days only affected the 3 great continents somehow. Yeah, a world-ending apocalypse centralized to this little area. And it was staggered by area, to be fair, when it started. So maybe we dealt with it before it got over here. But there were towers, as far as we were aware, all over the planet. There wasn't a tower in Sharlayan, specifically in Sharlayan, but there was one nearby. Like, relatively nearby. But, like, just... again, if it was just alluded to in, like, a thing of, like, how come no one's mentioned the final days here? Or, like, asking Erenville, like, oh, how did Toral deal with the final days? Because did anyone tell them what was going on? And then Erenville can just go, like, oh, no one transformed. There were towers, but then they disappeared, so no one really worried about it too much. And then it turns out that, oh, because Tulialal is so well governed by the Dawn Servant, no one had enough fear and despair to turn into a monster, and it's just like, oh, it's idyllic under the reign of the Dawn Servant. Like, that would have made sense. It would have been kind of a cop-out, but it would have made sense. As far as... You don't think the Telephoroi hit Tuliolal, as far as you know anyway, but that's just you trying to find reasons, thinking back. You think some NPC at some point mentions learning about it, but you don't remember it, so if it is, it's not a big moment. Yeah. But, like, that just feels like something that would have been mentioned on the boat over here, like, asking Wooklamat what happened, how did they deal with the final days, because, like, that's a massive moment in recent history. And it really does feel like Dawntrail is trying to ignore everything else. And I can understand it's potentially the start of a new saga. It's trying to break away from the Asians and Zodiac and Hydaelyn and all of that stuff. But you don't... If you do try and do just a clean break like this, it feels disconnected when everything else has, up to this point, has been so connected. And, like, there's been callbacks to stuff the entire time. Like, fair enough, it was in the same saga. But still, like... I apologize for how I am with this, but it's a problem for me. I can't think of a suitable candidate off the top of my head. Who do I know with a mastery of goldsmithing that would also have no qualms about relocating to Earthenshire? That Eorzean goldsmith, what about him? What of the Ellison man who just started working here? You mean Fonchatain? He did say he was employed at some fancy jewellery store across the Sol. And considering the distance he's already come, I'd like to think he wouldn't mind moving a little up the river. That said, he's only just got himself a new job. Is it too soon to ask him to sign a pot pact? Now that's not a bad line of dialogue. That is actually quite smart, and that makes sense. The rest of the stuff before this, Dora the Explorer bullshit. Like, even the choice that we had as the player there, like, that was so much just call and response of pantomiming it. Like, how do we get the player to say that they know who it is? Oh, we're gonna just straight up ask the fucking question. Whereas if they just went like, I don't really know if we've got anyone that we can send up there though. And then it's like, oh, what about this guy that's just started? That would still... That would have made so much more fucking sense. And it's the fact that, as well, if we had interacted with Fonjatane and the Wachu Meki Meki before going off and doing the branching 60 quests, it would then make sense to have, like, the Dora the Explorer callback of, like, I don't know, who do I know that's this, and that's reminding the player to, like, go, oh, that guy, yeah, but this was, like, 5 quests ago. This is very recent in the player's memory, presumably. It would be very recent in the character's memory, if not the player's. And then it's like, I don't know, you're thick as dick shit. There's no harm in making the offer. Once he hears how well the Potsworn are treated, he may even jump at the chance. Either way, you won't find Fonjatane at his workbench at this hour. He's finished for the day, probably enjoying a meal over at Zabalia Vitier. And maybe we should go and talk to him, just you and me, since he knows us. Wouldn't want him to feel intimidated by having to deal with a crowd of new faces. Again, like, that's... We've gone from Dora the Explorer bullshit to actually logical, sensible arguments which are referring back to stuff that has happened. The two of us can handle this, so take a rest at the cabins if you like. Right, let's go and see a man about a pot. It's not often that I get angry. Like, I'm really not much of an angry person. I don't deal with anger very well. Not that I have, like, anger issues. It tires me the fuck out and shit. Like, I just don't process anger very well. But, like, this writing is making me angry. I think if there had been, if we hadn't gone from Endwalker, literal end of the universe and all life in it, to then, oh, going to the void and, you know, saving an entire other planet, an entire other reflection as well as ours. And, like, these were both really high stakes, and, like, there was lots of callbacks and, like, intelligent discussion and everything else in these, to it's then coming to, like, I'm on vacation, brain not switch on. But it's not even, like, so much of this could be explained by them just like having a moment where all of the scions go like, okay, this is Wooklamat's. I know they kind of did it a little bit, but they didn't specify it enough for, like, the amount of bullshit they're doing. That if this is Wooklamat's journey, we're just support. You tell us what to do, we'll do it, but we're dumb hands. Okay? And if they set that up, I still would have expected, like, Kryl to go like, huh, the ether here feels a bit weird. And just, like, something like that, at least. Or like, oh, what about the aetheryte? There's an ether. I see they've got an aetheryte here. Could we not use that to get back to Tulio? Like, you'd still expect some kind of a thing about it, but it wouldn't be a like, let's do this, or this is the problem. It would be less definitive and more like trying to guide Wook Lamat to the answer. I would still feel better about that than just trying to pretend that they don't know anything. Ah, you're here too. The third promise said she wanted to talk. I've just finished eating, so shall we find a quiet spot outside? So I can bash my head against a fucking palm tree. I'll be honest, this kind of looks like the spot in Costa del Sol where you do the Moonfire Festival. The last time we talked on this beach, you were in a miserable state. Yeah, I was, wasn't I? A lost soul, until the two of you came along and helped me rediscover my purpose. My new place of employment has been most welcoming, and for the first time in a long time, I feel content with my lot in life. Well, what if we ripped that all up and turned it upside down and moved you to the middle of bumfuck nowhere? That's wonderful. So, what is it you wish to discuss? Well, it's hard to ask this right after you've settled in, but I'm looking for someone to become a potsworn. Ah, I've heard my new colleagues mentioning the term. That's when an artisan signs a contract to work for the moblins, isn't it? But you're not a moblin. I'm not sure I understand. Why is this NPC smarter than our entire compadre of people? Like, what? He has just gotten off of the boat, and yet somehow he has a better understanding of what the fuck is going on in this one line. It's for a feat in the rite of succession. I need to bring a new potsworn to Earthenshire. So, that's the way of it. We've barely met, and after pushing you to work at Wachu Meki Meki, I'm now demanding you throw that away and sign a pot pact instead. It's a selfish request, I know. Kral's never allowed out, and the twins have one brain cell between them. It legitimately does feel like that's their characters at the minute. Kral learned how to paint, showed us for 5 seconds before the expansion even started, and then she's just straight back to being on the reserve bench and isn't really is acting like she doesn't have any agency again after they've deliberately written her in to have a way of having some agency. Like, just I don't understand why they've done it in this specific way. I understand why they've made some of the choices, but their method of delivering it is just so poor. I have something to tell you, Third Promise. The other day, I completed the necessary procedures for immigration. I'm pleased to say I'm now an official subject of Tuliyollal. How long were we on that boat? Well, how quick is the immigration process? Just, what? To be fair, you think it's implied it took us a couple of weeks to do that bit. Then again, why didn't we use the ether eye? But only from this, right? I've since endeavoured to learn what I can of my new nation, beginning with the right of succession and its claimants, including you, of course. So yeah, It's implied that he only started the immigration process after we interacted with him and he got the job at Wachu Meki Meki, which means that the boat trip has taken at least a couple of weeks. So it's taken like a week to get there, a week to get back. If we get to Earthenshire and Kona still hasn't brought someone or is bringing one at the same time, what the fuck? Might be more the time we spent up there than the boat itself. It was at least a few days up there considering we had to stop at many fires. Yes, like many fire, like there was at least one night at many fires. But then like I think it in my head the boat was maybe a day that ended at many fires. We then did Earthenshire and then stop at Earthenshire, then come back on the boat. And so it's at least like 3 days. But the other thing is we're still on the southern continent, which fair enough, it depends on its shape, but like when we were boating in to Tuliolal, you could see the entire coastline and you could see that it was an island, which means it's not that big. It's like a day's travel makes sense to that kind of scale. Because it would be like Hawaii. You could get from one end of Hawaii to the other in a day, easily. Like, ugh. Yeah, Tiral's much bigger than that. Yeah. But like the sense of scale that you get from it is, it doesn't seem like that's this kind of scale that you get when you can see like the coast and then there's sea on either side of it and there doesn't appear to be a landmass like receded behind it. You assumed we were just seeing a small portion of the coast. Well, yeah, like we definitely could have, but it's still the fact that then you're not seeing like that there's a receded landmass way in the distance as well. So it's just, it sets a false sense of scale, which then makes it I'm grumpy. Now, you'll recall it was my father's example which led me to pursue goldsmithing. He was at East End when Garlean forces laid siege to the settlement, and in the ensuing chaos, he was slain. War took him from me in an instant, a man I loved and admired. I never wished to suffer such a loss again. And so, as much as I'm indebted to you for turning my life around, it is as a fellow peace-loving Tuliolal that I want you to win the throne. If I can help you achieve that by signing a pot pact, then I shall gladly do so. Fontaine, thank you. I shall return to Master Ropley and inform him of my decision. Allow me. I'm the reason you're leaving, so I should be the one to deliver the news. Perhaps you remember me. I'm Brook Evu, owner of Jabali of Tyr. I'd like a word if you don't mind. You're Wuklimat's ally from across the Soul, right? And a hero of some renown too, if the gossips can be believed. Well, as it so happens, I could use some heroic help. Doesn't need to be right now, but could you come by when you have a moment? Much appreciated. I'll be waiting for you at my shop then. You can now gain access to role quests. You didn't love the role quests personally. I will save them until after we've done the story. You thought they had cool concepts, you just didn't love doing them. Yeah. Given my current understanding, the only thing that I can think of for them is that they're each focused around hunting a Tural Vidral. Because then that would be similar to Shadowbringers, where you've then got the, it's the hunting the Light Warden fuckers. Whatever they were called. And like that would make sense. And you're part of a different team that's hunting a different Vidral each time kind of thing. I don't know if that's actually how it did it. I forget what the Endwalker one was. Oh, the Endwalker one was you were going to different locations dealing with one of the big monsters that had transformed, and it was to do with each of the beast tribes for those locations. And that was good because it again linked you back to characters that you knew from the rest of the... I need to stop. I need to stop. Master Ropley, I'm sorry to have to tell you this, but Bonjatain has agreed to sign the pot pack, yes? While it's a shame to lose a capable goldsmith, to have one of our own handpicked to serve the third promise is a great honor of the Wachu Meki Meki. I appreciate your understanding. Of course, if you happen to know other talented artisans, regardless of their expertise, I hope you send them my way. It could even be yourself if you're so inclined. I'll keep that in mind. Though my time here was brief, I will not forget your kindness, Master Ropley. I am blessed to have these workshops be my first home in Tuliolal. Come back to us if the moblins cut you loose. You'll always have a job at Wachu Meki Meki. I expect you'll want to leave for Earthenshire as soon as possible. I'll go and pack my things. What became of Fonjatain? Were you able to find him? We did, and he's agreed to become a potsworn. We'll leave when he's ready, but you still have a little time. Splendid. We shall meet you anon. I had plenty of reasons to win the contest, but now I have one more. Fonjatain's putting his faith in me, and I won't let him down. And now we have deliveries for Wachu Meki Meki, which will be the crafter and gatherer role ones. Right then, I have some things to take care of at the palace. While you can pass the time however you like, I'd suggest you head back to the cabins. After all, even heroes need to rest, and we still have a big journey ahead of us. Hey, baby. Again, you're like 2 hours too early for food. Yeah. Welcome back, madam. You've had a Landsguard messenger most anxiously waiting for your return. After of the third promise's entourage? I've been all over the city looking for you. You're excited for me to get to a certain song in the second half of the X-Bag. Ooh. The Dawn Servant summons you to the palace. You're to present yourself to the gate guard stationed outside Sunperch at your earliest convenience. Ah, one more thing. You're not to mention this visit to Wuklamat. There you go. You want to see if I recognize it? You vibed so hard to it before realizing it was familiar and having to look up why. Okay. She's making biscuits. Thank you. Thank you for the biscuits. Oh, more biscuits. Thank you. Oh, no more biscuits. I have lost biscuit privileges. The Dawn Servant awaits you within. While I was not informed of the reason for your audience, in terms of attire, I would suggest full battle regalia. Fuck it, I'll do it as a Viper. It makes sense. Oh, back to making biscuits, but whilst you're half on the table. Interesting choice.
Forgive me these sudden summons. When I learned my daughter's champion was back in the city, I couldn't resist the opportunity.
I feel like this would have been a natural choice for a trial. And would have gone a long way to, like, bigging up how powerful the Dawn Servant
And
is.
they call me head of resolve for good reason. Old as I am, I have not lost a battle worthy of the name since the day I took the throne. And I've been craving a proper challenge. The Lance Wielder, Estinian, he fought well enough. But our bout was ended before a victor could be decided.
Where's Estinian gone then?
Judging by the sailors' gossip, you are a warrior of renown in your homeland. Yet I wonder, with all your deeds done and victories won, are you warrior enough to stand against me?
Why don't we find out? As long as neither of us gets too carried away, I'm not interested in fighting you. As long as neither of us gets too carried away.
Not even the slightest hint of fear. I knew you were no pretender. The battle rages upon me. I'll stop short of killing you, of course. But expect no other mercies. Come! Ready your arms and show me the truth of the tales. Give it your all! I want to fight to remember! Let's test the waters. Didn't even blink. I see you now.
Oh, nice.
Let's see how you handle this.
I like that it acknowledged that I'm a Viking. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was going to be the turning.
The spearman did not lie. Very well.
Oh.
Resolve and reason kingdom. All right.
I'm gonna be really interested in what the head of reason. Oh, okay. That's not what I thought that was.
We're far from finished.
I didn't think that was a knockback. Oh shit. This is a pretty cool fight.
Stay alert. You fight well indeed.
I know I've gone quiet. Part of that is because I'm actually enjoying this fight.
Really are formidable.
And part of it is I have a kitty cat who's being very cute and is purring away on my lap, and I don't want to disturb her.
Now we'll see what you're truly made of.
Is he limit breaking? Oh. Yeah, about not wanting to disturb the cat. That made that a little bit harder.
You've shown me more than enough. I brought my full strength to bear against opponents before, but you are the first to withstand it. Even with my head of reason asleep, I never expected you to give me so much trouble. Estinian did not exaggerate. You are a force to be reckoned with. Now, a confession. I said I crave a challenge, and that was no lie. But I had another reason for calling you here. I had to judge for myself if you were fit to attend my beloved daughter. In some respects, she is much like me. Hard-headed and prone to rush into danger. But one with your talents could readily dispatch the threats that bar Lamachi's way. Will you hear my question and answer me plainly? Address me not as the ruler of Tuliyola, but a concerned father. Thank you. Then tell me, given your journey together thus far, what is your impression of Lamachi? Whether he be as their promise or just a companion on the road. Speak your mind.
She is young, has potential. She is easily the promise that is most in tune with her people.
But agreed. She is not ready for the throne. Not yet. Lamachi thinks she understands our many peoples. Their histories, their cultures, their beliefs. But she knows only what she's seen in the capital. And it's not only her who concerns me. Even this early in the contest, you must have realized. As potential rulers, all four claimants are lacking.
Very much so.
This is why I elected to hold the right of succession. Not to choose a fitting candidate, but to cultivate one. And if no one has impressed me by the end of it, then to no one will I yield my throne.
Good luck with that against the other Jaja.
As a parent, I pray that my children rise to the occasion. With outsiders dragged into my game, I am also hopeful that the different perspectives you and your companions have to offer will inspire them to grow. I imagine you in particular have traveled many lands, know many peoples and cultures, loved them and being loved in turn. Guide Lamachi as you think best. Walk at her side and, when needed, push her to walk ahead.
I knew it. There I was, about to sit down for some of Namika's cooking, when I heard that Papa had sent for you. You were dueling behind my back, weren't you?
I see there is no point in denying it. You needn't worry, daughter. I took care not to inflict lasting injuries. You and your ally may return to the contest without disadvantage. No harm done.
I swear, just as I was learning newfound respect for my father. Let's take our leave of this battle-mad oaf before he calls on the rest of my entourage.
Watch over her, champion. Kona's recruits are no less sharp, as one might expect of Galloff's countrymen. They saw the flaws in our claimants from the outset. The other two, though, they dismiss comrades willing to point out their shortcomings, and no good can come of it.
Yep, the Mamulja are easily the weakest to actually be rulers out of the four claimants. Although it's possible that Zarulja could, if he learns to accept help from everyone else, he could be really good. But he'd have to not be such a warmonger. Whereas the other two-headed one is just a fucking oaf. If he had his way, Papa would keep dueling until the day he dies. Even now, I know of only 3 people who didn't need to be carried away after their bouts. Zarulja, your lance-wielding friend Justinian, and yourself. You really do live up to your fearsome reputation. I'm curious, though. Did Papa want anything else of you? Just a sparring partner. Well, if that's all it was. Still haven't had one bite of Namika's food thanks to Papa's nonsense. So I'm going back to finish my plate before I head out. I've otherwise asked everyone to meet at the Forard Cabins. Come join us after you've had a moment to recover, eh? That was a good fight. Again, I do think that could have been a trial, but I also like that it was a one-on-one. I just dislike that I now won't do that fight again. Basically. Await your companions and continue with the rite of succession. I mean, I'm sure there'll be... I'm hoping that there's going to be a trial against the other two-headed one. Because then he's probably going to have similar mechanics. Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Is that it? You're all set to go? I left Eorzea prepared to travel in search of work, so I had few belongings to begin with. Bidding farewell to my fellow artisans took rather a lot of time, however. Again, I appreciate you making this commitment. Shall we depart for Earthenshire then? I don't know, because the guy that was obsessed with social stuff and taught us Yok Haloi is coming. A word before you go. Wokivu, what are you doing here? I spend my day correcting manners, and here I am perpetuating the grave offence of delaying the third promise's departure. Please, take up your axe and rend my flesh unto taco meat. Must your demands be so gruesome? Besides, I told you that kind of thing doesn't bother me. Alright then, I won't let it bother me either. What was all that about? I'd come to the city to purchase supplies when I spotted your entourage getting ready to leave. You seek the City of Gold, if I'm not mistaken. He is ridiculous. One of the issues that I have is that gag is all about timing. And it loses a lot of its impact when it's not voiced. I feel, personally. It's like, if those interactions were voiced, I think it would be a lot funnier. But otherwise, it's just kind of cringy to me. But, it's not my kind of humour. That's right. It's the final step of the rite of succession. If you know anything about the subject, I'd love to hear it. You also think it's a much bigger thing for comedy in Japanese culture. Oh yeah, the subversion of expectations is a much, much bigger thing in Japanese comedy, from what I understand. And they, with things like Hildebrand and stuff, they still, like, they have a much more kind of slapstick, much more of an appreciation for slapstick, whereas we in the West have kind of stepped away from that a bit. It was slapstick was very big for us, like, in the 90s and noughties. That and the playing on social niceties. Oh, yeah. Then allow me to be of service. As you know, legends of the Golden City have been passed down in Taral for 1,000 years. Yet, when it comes to describing the place itself, the stories do not always agree. Some portray it as one might expect, a glittering metropolis of golden towers. Others suggest it is more unassuming and owes the name to a fabulous treasure hidden at its heart. Every telling, however, has a common thread. Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The lesson to be learned from this third promise is that to seek the legend is to court death. I must implore you to proceed with the utmost care. That is all I wish to say. I shall pray for your safe journey. Thank you, Wokivu. What are we to make of these cautionary tales? If every expedition has ended in tragedy, how then did the Dawn Servant find the city and return without incident? It seems the legend originated with the Yokhoi. Speaking with them remains our strongest lead, I feel. A lead we shall follow in time. But first, let us see Fontaine safely into the Moblin's care. Are you gonna just take me there, or Do we have to get on another boat? Meanwhile, in Kozama Uka, it's raining.
Finding a willing artisan was even easier than expected. Many indeed are eager to curry favor with the Resilian sun, especially if it means sharing the promise of new territories.
Those who prove useful will have all the land they desire.
Such generous words, yet the manner in which he speaks them. If neither wealth nor territory are of value, wherefore does he seek to bring the world to heel?
Step aside.
Remind me. There was no rule against poaching craftsmen from other claimants. Was there?
Do not be foolish, Bakul Jaja.
Foolish would be carrying on with these dull feats when all I need to win are the keystones. And besides, it's long past time I humble this arrogant one-head. The Dawn Servant may have sired you against all odds, but there is nothing blessed about your birth. Only a two-head is fit to rule. Only we are worthy. Draw your weapon! Face me in battle, and learn your place.
A moment, First Promise. Leave him alive, if you would. I foresee a use for this nuisance.
Too scared to make the first move? Then allow me!
Nice. Single hit.
But he's just a runt.
My thanks for your restraint.
I can kill him whenever I please.
Your part in this is far from over.
We're back, and we've brought with us a willing potsworn. This is Fonjatane, talented goldsmith who once worked at Ishtame's Aesthetics in Uldar. Wonderful, impressive. You are first to return, third. You're first to return, third promise. And with an artisan from across the salt, no less. We welcome you and your unique skills to Earthenshire. Help Hand will show you to the work pot. This is it then. I look forward to hearing you proclaimed Dawn Servant. Thank you, Fontaine. I'll be sure not to disappoint you. You have met the requirement of the Feat of Pots. Ready Rock presents your keystone with joy, smiles, and well-wishing. So, I guess Kona didn't use the Ethernet. That makes 3. How the fuck did he turn up at the same time? More Potswan candidates! Come, tell Ready Rock your tales. I mean, he looks almost Thavnarian, to be fair. Another feat accomplished, another keystone acquired. Oh, you are doing well. I expected nothing less of Zeral Jar's esteemed siblings. Your cleverness in particular is most admirable, Second Promise. We must have you apply that Sharlayan knowledge you so cherish, and arm Taral with weapons of Magitech design. In your role as the new Dawn Servant's chief advisor, of course. The tools of war hold no interest for me. I wish only to improve our nation through practical innovations. Foreign powers will think twice about testing our strength once Tuliolal is known for its advanced technology. Nyx? Why are your legs wet? Either she's been outside because it's rained, or she's just peed on my desk. And I hope it's the former. Either way, it's not much, but that... dirty. I mean, that's a screen cleaner, but it's a cleaner. I think she must have just been outside because it's either that or she's scented because it wasn't much. She didn't pee. There wasn't much liquid. Still. Pinky. Foreign powers will think twice about testing our strength once Tuliolal is known for its advanced technology. Just as the Garlean Empire was deterred from invading Sharlayan. That may well be true, but how long will it take Tuliolal to progress to this advanced state? How many years? With a collective commitment to education and hard work, it should not take so very... Your way is too slow. Easier to expand our territory and swallow Sharlayan whole. Conquer other nations through force of arms, and you're looking at a future of uprisings and bloodshed. Yours wouldn't be the first failed empire. Then we keep fighting, until the mounting costs convince them to lay down their weapons, until all have grown tired of loss. How would such an outcome bring anyone joy? What you propose is a mockery of peace. Ready Rock is reminded of days long ago. In the time before Tuliolal, there was no potpacks for the potsworn. It was normal to grab-snatch artisans and force them to work for mobbies. Until the day Galul Yaya arrived, the families of the grab-snatch pleaded with him, and so he came to Earthenshire. Mobbies are not a war-make people. We feared death had come for us. Galul Jaja just want to talk. Be at ease. We're here to trade words, not blows. The goldwork crafted in this village is superb. One can tell at a glance the quality of materials used, the mastery of technique employed. Yet it does not stir the heart. A goblet shaped by bound hands and broken spirit is devoid of luster. Compare that now to the work of a joyful artisan. She pours her very soul into her creations, and they shine like the newly risen sun. Have you not seen this to be true? And so began the custom of good living. Happy potsworn make good works, and good works make mobbies happy. Galulaya's words were wise. Joy smiles did indeed bring fine craft and much jingle shine. So the head of reason was behind the forging of pot pacts. Yes, reason and clever think change mobbies' way of life. The first promise tires of your talk of olden days. He'd rather look to the future and the next feat. He's giving me Jafar vibes. We should be getting on as well. The cool Jar Jar never did come back, did he? Do you have a moment, Third Promise? Rakorok would repay you for hand-helping with Kai. He brings a tale of the Golden City. Really? I'd love to hear it. The towers, the streets, all fashioned from gold. Everywhere you look, every splendor you can imagine. The young, the old, and everyone in between, they live in golden happiness. City of eternal bliss, forever perched above the clouds. Everything fashioned from gold, eh? And just imagine everyone living in golden happiness. Now that's a city I'd like to visit. Excuse me, Rakorok, where did you hear that particular tale? From our longtime Yokhoi friend. They live up in mountains in Okopacha. The giants again. Seems everything's pointing us their way. This feat and everything leading up to it has taught me much about the Moblin way of life. I'll be sad to leave Earthenshire and your joy smiles behind. Right, we should go and see the giants next. Agreed. Golden Mysteries notwithstanding, their village is featured prominently in the saga and is not to be ignored. The Urkopacha Highlands should be easy enough to reach from here. If we leave Earthenshire from the west, there's a road which leads up into the mountains. Let's find that first. But also, I may not be too far off unlocking flight. All good pot packs must come to an end. You are after, are you not? She who hath been strength lending to Wuklamat. Could Muvamuk ask that you strength lend her in turn? The matter is this. Muvamuk Crafthand is to retire after long years. He lip-slips that he intends to fancy craft one last masterpiece before he does so, but for this he needs the handheld of a strange face of this village. Anfroy is his name. He's always very murky worded with his requests, so Muvamuk is not sure what hand help he need, but if you could exchange tongue flap with him, she would be very, very happy feels. Yes, I'm Anfroy. Do I know... Wait, aren't you the friend of the Third Promise? The adventurer from across the salt who's asking about pot packs? I see, Movamuk sent you. I only said I needed the help of a stranger to Earthenshire. Trust her to pick an honest-to-goodness hero. A task I have for you is but a trifling one. It's very near and dear to my heart. I want you to find out all you can about Movamuk. There's nothing untoward about it, I assure you. I'm interested in what she's interested in. Her hobbies, her likes and dislikes, what she holds dear and so forth. But for certain reasons I'll share with you later. She can't know this. You're making a gift for her. We've been working together for decades, but now, as my pot pack is about to end, I find I know next to nothing about her. But perhaps others who work closely with the Moblins might? Uplander wants to know what brain tickles Muvamuk. That's an easy task. Muvamuk never lip flaps about anything other than her potswan Anfroy. She says she is just as good a tricksy crafter as he is a crafty tricker, always playing crafty tricks. One day, Anfroy draws little arrows around the village, showing Potswan how to leave Earthenshire without helpy hands, eye-catching them. Many laugh-minded pot friends follow the arrows and leave for secret hiding place in the woods. Mobbies are fright feels after disappearing Potswan. Potswan come back all glitter teeth, but help hands are steam ears, all except Movamuk. She goes around the village saying guilt words to every mobby for Anfroy's sneaky trick. Deep heart, though, it is clear that she is nothing but happy feels to have him back. Kobe! Muvamuk and Anfroy. Yeah, I know the pair well. She's famously very protective of him, sometimes even rejecting his patron's orders outright. It's not she thinks him unequal to the task, you understand. Quite the opposite, in fact. She knows how exacting his standards are and how discontented he'd be if his work failed to meet them. So anytime a patron attempts to have him lower his standards or design something differently to how he judges best, Muvamuk will always leap to his defense. As for what she enjoys, well, her delight in Anfroy's creations has not dulled at all in all the years they've worked together. I should think she likes nothing more. What does Movamuk value most? Her potswan, of course. Any mobby who say otherwise is fib speaker. She keeps treasure he gave her heartside at all time, or so she once lip-slipped to Tartanok, or Tartnatic. She hasn't a flimsy thought what this treasure might be, but wherever it is, it's sure proof of the friend bond between them. That's cute. It's you, dickhead. You're her favourite thing, her favourite hobby. Ah, you're back. So, what'd you find out? Huh, she really thinks that much of me. They say Moblin help hands love nothing more than helping their charges, and seems it's true. Though it wouldn't hurt for her to show it a little more often. That's not the only thing you learned, and I thank you for it. You've given me exactly what I need. So I suppose it's about time I told you what I need it for. The truth is... Is After still hard at hand helping? Yes, she is, so I thank you not for bothering us. You do remember I specifically asked you to leave me be until my work was complete? Always such angry words. Movamuk means no bother, just needs to do daily mob duty, sharpening tools until they sparkle shine. And I'm telling you I don't need you to do that. Not now, anyway. I'm almost retired. All my commissions are already dealt with. Until the end day of the pot pack, Movamuk will uphold her pack part. It is her duty as help hand. Why do you always have to be so... I'm sorry, Movamuk, but I'm gonna have to put my foot down. I expressly forbid you from touching my tools until my work with After is finished. Then Movamuk will do as Anfroy says, though it makes her shamefaced. She will hand turn to other duties. If Anfroy needs her, he has only to hail call. I wish I didn't have to do that, but I'll be needing every one of those tools if I'm to achieve my aim. That aim being to make a farewell present for Movamuk. In all the years I've been working here, she's been my guardian angel, answering my every prayer before it even makes it to my lips. Even in these recent times, when the help hands have grown too few for the number of pots sworn, her service hasn't lapsed an ilm. Now my service has come to an end, I wanted to do something just for her. To thank her for everything she's done for me. Yet, despite her knowing me better than I do myself, I discovered I didn't really know anything about her. I tried to speak with her to learn what really makes her tick, but she always brushed me off. Said that her only wish as a humble help hand was to see my wishes realized. That got me thinking, perhaps she and the other moblins might be more willing to open up to someone who wasn't bound by the Pot Pact. Someone like you, and by all the gods, the plan worked. I have an idea for her present now. All that remains is to craft it. But without Movamuk's help, that might be a little more difficult than usual. If you'd be willing to play help hand a little longer, I'd make it worth your while. It sounds like a cute quest line. Maybe later. Maybe now. Danger Straits! Danger Straits! Vendor Vok's Twinklecrafter has gone missing. Vendor Vok asked all around the village, and some say he went to pay a visit to the Imperius, Giant's prey place. But prey place is danger place, full of friend-munching fiends. You are a fighter, are you not? Will you sword lend for Vendor Vok and save her dear Twinklecrafter from certain doom? Yeah, certain doom. What's up, baby? It's still a bit too early. No food givings for furry friend yet. That comes later times. You're looking for a Twinklecrafter? That's me, most likely. I'm one of the Moblin's contracted artisans, specializing in jewelry making. Vendevok was concerned for my safety, you say? How kind of her to send me my own personal guard. I've ever been fascinated by the unique visual language of the Yokhoi, you see. I often visit this place to bask in its grand, imposing glory. Yet I've never once taken a step beyond this point. The beasts that lurk within are far too dangerous to risk delving any further. But with you at my side, I can finally make a detailed study of the rest of the ruins. Such as what remains of them, of course. 500 years have come and gone since the giants returned to their ancestral lands, and they've not been kind to the creations they left behind. Yet some of the larger structures still remain. This impressive gate, for one. They say the Yokhoi towered yarms above even the tallest Shabral, but I wonder if their architecture might have played some part in exaggerating those tales. Its sheer sense of scale serving to inflate the giant's own. But enough speculation. Let us press on. We have much to discover. Meow. Meow. What is it, baby? You're wet again. Yeah, you must have been out in the wet. Yeah, is that what you're complaining about? Is that it's wet out? Pillars of stone overlooking the nave. Fascinating, isn't it? The simple combination of geometrical shapes naturally draws one's eyes to the center, all the while maintaining a delicate balance. As the sun traversed the sky, so too would the shadows of the towers above paint patterns on the ground below. And not just any patterns, oh no, calculations. Every stone cut and placed with mathematical precision, divining the movement of the stars and the changing of the seasons. A triumph of both form and function. True artistry. But wait, what's that over there by the cliff's edge? Quickly, with me! Found their spawning ground. Well done. Thank you, and forgive me for racing ahead like that. I was so absorbed in examining every ilm of this place, I clean forgot the reason I'd never done so before. But if anything is worth risking one's life for, it's surely this. Just look at this tower, it's a work of art. To the untrained eye, it might appear little more than a pile of stone, but look at how each brick is cut and positioned perfectly to align with its neighbours. And not a drop of mortar to hold them in place. The engravings, too, surely have some religious significance. They certainly inspire reverence in me. Yes, inspiring reverence. That's the thing. Why else would the giants build their temple upon the clifftop, if not to make daily proof of their predominance over those that dwelled in the plains below, those who were beneath them in every way? One cannot help but admire them, that their creations should awe and exhilarate us even now, centuries since they've been gone. Thank you, my friend. My passion for jewelry craft has been cooling of late, but now I'm positively burning with inspiration. If the Yokhoi's creations can echo through the ages, then so can mine. To Earthenshire and eternity. Big thanks for bringing Twinklecrafter back to us. Not only is he safe and well, but full of mind fruit too. He says he found it in the giant's prey place. This need for mind fruit is common among the potsworn. Some try to find it in history, some in nature, some even in firewater. It is our side of the pot pack to keep them well supplied with it, a duty that is a constant source of brain pain. But oh, the idea they come up with when they have it. Such fresh thinking. Vendavok can't wait to see what our friendly Twinklecrafter Wanglecrafts next. What the fuck did you just say? Hello. I am sleepy makes. Reading makes sleepy eye. You're Wook-Lamat's companion, aren't you? Kisai, smile upon me. I had hoped the great bird would guide one of the village's saviors to me. You see, the time has come for us to make a customary offering to Kijahi. It is a ceremony we hold dear, and I would invite you to participate as an honored guest. You'll join us then? Oh, that makes me so happy my feathers are standing up straight. The traditional offering is a fruit that grows to the southwest, and they must be so ripe that they fall into the earth. Gather 3 and deliver them to Lanuhali at the shrine. Hey, Lanuhanu. Oh, Kali! Of course I know your name. Who isn't familiar with Wook-Lamat's companions? Not to mention your friends can't seem to go a moment without mentioning you. I'm Lanuhanu, and I have the honor of being the wind's chosen. It is my feathers which adorn the festive float. I feel the wind has guided you to me for a reason. As a visitor to our village who has fast become an honored friend, I would offer you a chance to strengthen our bonds. Perhaps you're familiar with the Landsguard. It is customary among the Wind's Chosen to save their molted feathers and present them to these brave protectors as gifts every few years. At this very moment, one of their number is making their way to Okhanu to receive our offering. There's much more to it than just a simple delivery, and I think you'd be interested in taking part. It would deepen your understanding of our ways, and perhaps you and this member of the Landsguard will become fast friends. I would start with a small task if you're willing. Nahanshe is the name of our guest, and he was due to arrive some time ago. I fear he may be lost. Could you search the road for him? I'll stay behind in case he arrives here after all. Oh god, I really am a yawny fuck. You're looking for me. You're not a Hanu, unless you're molting something awful. Ah, so that's the way of it. Well, now you found me, I suppose I'd better get on with it. Sorry for my lack of enthusiasm. I joined the Landsguard, hoping I could bust some skulls, slaughter some beasts, you know, use these muscles of mine. But for my first assignment, I'm lugging crates of supplies around. It's not exactly what I had in mind. I suppose complaining won't get this done any faster. Let's go meet this Lanuhanu then. So you're a bit of a cunt, huh? Get fucked. You found him. Now we can begin. Before the gift of feathers is to be bestowed, there are proper steps that must be taken. Firstly, I bid the warmest of welcomes to Nahanshi. As the Wind's Chosen, it is my solemn duty to show you what sights our humble village has to offer. As one of the Landsguard, it behooves you to become familiar with all corners of the continent, no? Then come with me to the centre of Okhanu, where we can behold the entire village at once. Take it all in. This is Okhanu. As you can see, our homes are made from wood and reeds, both of which the forest blesses us with in abundance. But nature's blessings are to be treated with care, for dry reeds can easily catch a flame, and if they do, we risk setting our entire village alight. Building waterways through Okhanu is a way to protect us from such incidents, but aquatic beasts can travel them as well, and when these beasts become too great in number, we beseech the Landsguard to cull them. Do you now? I always thought hunting duty was just a way to keep us sharp. While I'm here, I'll make sure nothing troubles your home. All of Okhanu would thank you. And now for the reason you came, the feathers of the Wind's Chosen. They're used to adorn the equipment worn by the Landsguard. The design evokes the image of Kishali, the great bird revered by all Hanu. The feathers give it a touch of authenticity that make the soldiers appear all the fiercer. Every soldier's outfit is designed according to their profession, and each feather must undergo an elaborate process of dyeing and oiling to meet the Landsguard's varied needs. So, without further ado, let us begin. I first ask you come meet me at the gate to the southeast. Fine. I should warn you, I'm not known for my delicate hands. That went about as well as expected. Could you stay behind for a moment? I'd like to hear your opinion of Nahanshi. He's not the most motivated person. He really doesn't want to be here. I have the same impression. Truth be told, his attitude's the same as every Landsguard troop who comes to receive this gift, and we're meant to fix it. Consider this a rite of passage of sorts. The Landguard sends us troops whose rough edges want for polish, and the task we set before them serve as a whetstone. Over the course of our work, they gain a great insight into the history and meaning behind this exchange of gifts. Soldiers with a tangible bond to their charge will protect it all the more staunchly. In recent days, however, even our treasure trove of knowledge hasn't been enough to rouse the spirits of some. But working alongside someone as capable as you, Nahanshi may find the extra motivation he needs. Now then, let us proceed to the southeastern gate, and while this goes without saying, keep this little conversation between us secret. I might have to finish up soon. I am that sleepy. What did I do to deserve this? Now I know why my superiors were snickering behind my back as I departed. The Hanu might think this bird god is worth all this trouble, but I just want to get this over with. fruit. Maybe I should stand again. Maybe that would help. Bit of chocolate might also help. How far am I going? Oh. Okay. In that case, I may as well grab the etherite that's over here. The slammer, eh? This looks like prime territory for a allied society. Here you go. Oh, hello. To what do I owe this honor? Oh, I needed to deliver to Lanu Hali from Lanu Hanu. Ah, Kijahi will be most satisfied with these. Today you're more than an honored guest. You're the very heart of the ceremony. After your efforts to bring Ihihana back to us, Kijahi is doubtless overjoyed to see you in this role. The fruit shall bear a powerful blessing indeed. Now, you must take the previous offering back whence you came. Deliver the blessed fruit to Aanuhanu, and the ceremony will be complete. Go, with haste. Welcome back. Was Lanu Hali impressed with your offering? Yes, I can feel Kashai's grace emanating from these. Thus, the ceremony is complete. The younger Hanu clamour to participate in this rite, you know. It's said the fruit offered to Kashai becomes imbued with its divine spirit, and all who carry them shall be blessed with great luck. Surely you will be too. Although you travelled far, I hope you feel enriched by the experience. So, with our gratitude, and may the wings of Kashai sweep ill fortune from your path. Cool. So yeah, I now just have... Oh yeah. I forgot that one. I mainly just need to do some MSQ, I imagine, in order to get the last thing. Alright, where's the next one? Oh. Very close to Doc Pogo, I guess. Doc Pogo didn't exist in the game at launch. No Aetheryte or anything. Yeah, that makes me think that this is where there's a allied society or something. Jesus. Still more to the west. Okay, I guess I haven't been over there, have I? You're wishing they'd add another Aetheryte in a zone later on, but nope. I mean, they did learn their lesson after Heavensward and Azisfar, but yeah. It's up, isn't it? These are interesting looking things. You maintain that no zone is worse than Kurthus Western... Oh, it's here. Kurthus Western Highlands. I can understand that. I would say Kurthus Western is pretty bad. Azis La is pretty bad. I think we can just all agree that Heavensward zones, in general, are the worst. Azis is annoying, but you can fly almost immediately. That is true. But still, like, trying to get from one side of Azis La to the other is still a pain in the arse, even when you've got flight. Trying to get to the like far corner of Sea of Clouds. Earth's Western is worse because you can see the broken aetherite. You know what, that is a fair, yeah. Which you could fix. You literally fix one in Stormblood. Yep. No, that is fair. That is fair. I really hate that Sea of Clouds had the Vanu aetherite like so close by flight to the other aetherite. If they'd done it in opposite corners, it wouldn't have been so bad. But because they did it like all in that bottom southwest corner, it just. Whoa. You don't like both aetherites being on the same side of the map within 10 feet of each other? No, not really. On one of the largest maps with a ton of verticality? Yep. Looks like the trail's going to get steep from here on in. Hope everyone's ready for some climbing. Third promise. I'm glad I caught you. Redderrock asked me to bring you back to the village. She says there's something she forgot to give you. Huh? Something other than the keystone? Yes, an item of great importance, or so I was told. It shouldn't take long, if you would please follow me. I wonder what this is all about. Well, no need for everyone to come. I'll be back in a little while. No, this is rubbing me a bad way. I'm getting bad vibes. Hella sus. Hella sus. This is taking quite a while. Just keep waiting for now, I suppose. Need rubbing a good way. Perhaps there were complications? Well, let's wait a little longer. Okay, now that she's definitely dead, let's go and find out what's keeping her. This is getting a little ridiculous. Did she get lost on the way back to find us? But how? There's only the one road. I wouldn't underestimate Wook-Lamat's sense of direction, or lack thereof. Fortunately, she has a link pearl. Let's see what's keeping her, shall we? You've reached Wook-Lamat's link pearl. She can't get to the pearl at the moment. Please leave a message after the beep. She's not responding. Perhaps we should all return to Earthenshire. It was Redderrock who had business with her, yes? As soon as she went off on her own, you could fucking tell something was gonna go down. Ooh. Back again so soon? We've come looking for Wook-Lamat. Did you not send someone to fetch her? Redderrock did not. Neither has she seen Third Promise since you were last here. Then who was that man who came for her? Oh, I thought you'd left already. Where's Lamity? Is she not with you? You don't know where she is? How could you let this happen? That thou shouldst worry for thy sister is understandable, yet rather than assign blame, thine energies are better spent on locating her. I will help you search. This is not how I'd wish a fellow claimant to lose the contest. My sister least of all. In that case, dividing our forces will allow us to cover more ground. Arthur and I shall work together at least. The best to facilitate communication between our groups. And the rest of us will split up. Report in should you find anything. We'll be on our way as well. Right, keep in touch. Come, we should begin our search. If Lamatier was returning to Earthenshire from the west, she should have passed through here, except Redderock swears she didn't see her. In which case, it is entirely possible Lamatier never made it back to the village at all. The only way to be certain is to ask the sentry stationed at the opposite entrance. The third promise? Mobby has been standing at this post with diligent eye-watching. He has seen no claimants pass this way. What of Tonawawat? What of a Tonawawat? Tonawawata, with brightly coloured hair. Mobby knows nothing of this one. No, Mobby knows something of this one. He hears tongue flaps about a Pelu peddler in Manyfire who was attacked by a crazy hair bandit on the road. Bandit, you say? Thank you. You've been most helpful. My sister's clearly not here, though I wish it were otherwise. We must consider the possibility that the Tonawawatan messenger and the brigand described by the sentry are one and the same, and that Lamatier is in very real danger. Come, let us hurry to Manyfires. I'd like a word with this peddler should they still be around. You'll try and help with some of the more difficult names yet to come. Oh, hey Quizzled. I was wondering who the Lalafell that was following us was. I ain't fucking running there. Was there something I could help you with? I'm told you were the victim of a bandit attack. Could you recount exactly what happened? My goodness, thought I recognized you. I'll tell you everything I remember, second promise. It was that scoundrel Wakisa who ambushed me. Ambushed. English fails me. Scott's right, he just said on the last dialogue that he thinks your tongue just flapped. Pretty sure that's what we're witnessing. You know the name of your attacker? There's no mistaking that hair. All my peddler friends have stories of that notorious bandit leader and his predation. while Kisa and his gang will stoop to any low for the sake of a few pel. With no fresh quarry coming up with broken stairs, they've had to become more creative. Sorry, are you feeling ambitious by that? Bish! Little wonder he went after Lamati. He likely thinks to ransom her for a royal sum. I expect he'll soon make his demands, but I don't intend to wait. We'll find this villain first and deliver his deserved payment in person. What say you to a small deception? I'll assume the role of a well-to-do merchant to lure Wawakisa out of hiding. Then, when he comes sniffing out, we catch the rat by the tail. An excellent plan, and I have just the right garments for your disguise. At a specially discounted price, of course. A brush with bandits hasn't dampened your mercantile spirit, I see. Very well, I accept your generous deal. Now, we lay the bait. I'll precede you into many fires to make my presence known. You follow on behind, boasting to those along the way how you paid me a hefty purse in exchange for a rare gemstone or some such. If Wawakisa is as coin-hungry as they say, then a recently enriched peddler should be an irresistible mark. We let him strike, and then we spring our trap. Time to play our parts. Follow Kona's lead and try not to fall behind. Follow me! I know the way. There, that Shabrali fellow. Share with him how happy your imaginary deal with me has made you. Once you put on an appropriate display, we can continue to our next performance. Yep, that's happy. A rare gemstone from that Hetsara merchant, you say? I envy the profit you must have made from such a sale. Since the stairs were destroyed, I've not been able to peddle goods at my usual haunts. A good start, but I would make certain Wawakisa is aware of me. Let's continue. That moblin over there looks amenable to conversation. The stage is yours. So happy. The Hetsara sold you a sparkle stone for your collection. That explains your giant joy smiles. Mobby is happy for your happiness. Mobby is also jealous of the merchant and all the jingle shine he must have made. That should be enough, but perhaps one last act to drive it home. Meow meow. Do you see that cheerful Pelu? Tell him the tale of your precious gemstone. Then we'll be done with this part of the charade. A passing peddler had the very gemstone you sought for your collection. That is a stroke of luck. And I'll wager the merchant was just as pleased to fill his pockets with your grateful coin, eh? Well, I'm inspired to go and earn some pel of my own. Who knows? Maybe opportunity will find me, even as it found you. What? My most valued customer. The profit from that single purchase of yours should see me through weeks of idle leisure. Travelling with such a fat coin purse and those sellswords is tempting fate, so I shall make Earthenshire my last stop, then return forthwith to Tuliolal. Did you see? The rat has come for a nibble. You played your part to perfection. A woman of many talents, just as Thancred and Urianger described. Now, let us lure Wawakisa out and spring our trap. Let us execute the final stage of the plan. I'll set out towards Earthenshire alone and unarmed, the better to sell the active, defenseless merchant. Assuming Wawakisa is watching, he will likely wait for some quiet stretch of the road before accosting me. I'll be relying on you to follow closely behind. Remain hidden until the time comes to spring the trap on our bandit king. Just remember, we need him alive. I feel as though I'm being followed. There's a small sense of being followed. You don't want pets? You don't want to be picked up? Okay. It is about time that you be fed. You're right. Oh no, a marauding bunny. I hear business has been good to you, Master Merchant. How about you share some of your profits? And by some, I mean every coin you have. Sup? You're the gemstone collector. I see what this is. We've been tricked. Spit in your eye. Men, kill these Vidral. Slippery vermin. We'll have to interrogate his underlings instead. If you'd be so kind, pray, leave them capable of speech. Meow. Meow. I'll feed you soon. I promise, okay? Get fucked. I was hoping to talk with your boss, but I suppose you three will have to do. Wait, that's the second promise. What do you want with us? Think I'm scared of a fancy title? I'll take your royal ears as a trophy, as soon as I get free of these ropes. I know your gang's behind my sister's abduction. Tell me where she is. Eat pack of shit, salt lover. You'll get no answers from us. That's right. We don't serve you. Do not play games with me. Where is Wuk Lamat? I am fast losing patience. Talk now or die. The choice is yours. We were hired to nab the third promise, that's all. We don't know where they took her. Hired? By whom? We weren't told that either. Only Kisa knows. He's the one who took the job. Well, it seems we needed their leader after all. Once I've arranged for the Landsguard to take custody of these criminals, I'll call on Thancred and his tracking skills. But perhaps you could pursue Wawakisa in the meantime? The bandit was running in an easterly direction. Should you locate him, I suggest you shadow him rather than force a confrontation. He might lead us to where Lamatier is being held. Gorilla's back. Oh, can you see him, kids? Point to where you can see him on your screens now. Remember, kids, swiper, no swiping. Or whatever the fuck it was. Follow Wawakisa from a distance. Should your quarry begin displaying the effect shown in the picture, you'll be discovered when he turns around. Look at the little league. Can't believe I didn't see it. I knew that woman looked familiar. This job's more trouble than it's worth. What was that? Huh, must have been the wind. So sneaky. You'll never see me coming. What was that? It's like I can hear a robotic frog. Or a flying gorilla. Huh? How come that rock has ears? Damn nerves. Should be safe enough now. said to meet him in front of the hideout. Where's that damned Hubigo? Why is there a car parked? Completely not suspiciously at all. Where's that damned Hubigo? Finally, my money. Give it to me now. The Landsguard may be hunting us already. Calm yourself. We had our own troubles finding a suitable hideaway. So hidden. Yep. Right. We're finished. Take your prize and leave me out the rest. Such hostility. You were hurting for coin, and I offered you gainful employment out of the kindness of my heart. Kindness? You brought a blackened tempest upon us. One look and I could tell that woman were a killer, a butcher, a salted devil in the flesh. Oh, spare me your fearful bleating. Go on, scamper away now before the scary mercenary comes to claim your head. Kona told me the news. You found the abductor then? What's the situation? You think the bandits were hired by this Hubigo? Alright, new strategy. Forget Wawakisa and stay on the Mamuljar's tail. We don't want to endanger the third promise, so keep your distance till we're certain they have her. I'll catch up to you as soon as I'm able. Meow. Meow. So secret. They'll never know I was here. So secret. Huh? Why is that tree electric? I'm hearing things. Better hurry if I don't want a beating. Run, little bitch boy, run! Think I might know. One last precaution, just in case. So hidden, yep. I'm so stealthy. Like a fish. Releasing the manatee.
Better late than never.
So,
that Mamulja, he's the one who kidnapped Wuk-Lamat. So we're still unsure. If we can follow him a bit longer, confirm his connection to the abductors. That will complicate matters.
Thancred sounds different. And he's apparently very E.
Confound it!
If I set out now, I can trail them along the riverbank.
Do it!
Even if it costs you the contest.
What worth is the throne if I lose my sister to win it?
Correct answer.
Very well then. I'll send word when I locate her. Till then, I suggest you save your strength. A rescue attempt could turn ugly.
The heat is drying out his throat.
That Hubigo just now. I swear I've seen him with Bakul Jaja. Knowing the way that monster works, he probably hired bandits to kidnap her so he could steal her keystones.
So that would make more sense
But
to
even
do
alone, my
later
sister
on.
is more than a match for a gang of untrained ruffians. She must have been ambushed or deceived.
Isn't difficult to deceive her.
Gah! I should have been there! If those bastards have hurt her!
Why aren't the two of you working together? Why? I thought you were the cool-headed one.
And what exactly is that supposed to...
Forgive me. Snapping at you won't get my sister back.
No. Might get you a slap in the face,
I'm
though.
afraid I've always been like this when it comes to Lamachi. The thought of her being in danger sends me into a panic.
That's a
But
good
isn't
older
that
brother.
how families should be?
Yes.
These days, Turali Mikote live however they please. But the clan into which I was born kept to the nomadic traditions of our ancestors. They herded their own neck across the plains, always moving with the seasons. During one such migration, my birth parents left me behind. A child. All alone. Without a single word of explanation. A chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend for myself. I became a stallkeeper in Tuliyolal's market. And that is where the Dawn servant found and adopted me. I had already been in the palace some time when Lamachi came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents. I knew the pain of solitude and wanted to spare her that suffering. As this tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her. So, as you might now understand, I will stop at nothing to rescue her. While we await word from Thancred, I suggest we prepare ourselves to travel downriver. You have a boat, yes?
Without a manatee.
Why release the Panati if not to delay pursuit? If we were unsure of their guilt before, then this surely proves it. Before we act, however, let us regroup with your comrades. Would you mind making the call?
Understood. We'll meet you at many fires.
I may have put rescuing Lamati ahead of my own progress, but do not take that to mean I've given up on a contest. You understand how important she is to me, yet regardless of how close we were, would have made this same choice. After all, if I am incapable of saving my sister while also winning the throne, I am not fit to inherit our father's heavy mantle. We need to gather our forces. How many more quests are there in this zone? I thought that we were done. Apparently not. Firstly, allow me to brief everyone on the present situation. Shit's fucked. My sister's gone. We don't know where. Thancred's finding out. Sit tight, look pretty. Thus, at the very least, we believe this Hobigo knows where Lamati has been held. Has been taken. Thancred is shadowing their boat even as we speak, and I should like to join him with all haste. Unfortunately, our quarry had the foresight to release your Punitoi from its harness, leaving us without a means to give pursuit. Erenville, as an expert on wildlife, what are our chances of recapturing the beast? With the right mix of feed, it can be done. I should like an extra hand to help scatter it about, however. Would you accompany him? Meanwhile, the rest of us should work on getting the harness repaired. It appears to have been damaged when Punitoi was let loose. With all the peddlers here in camp, we should have little trouble purchasing replacement materials. As for any necessary metalwork, Earthenshire's artisans are but a short walk away. Then let us divide the tasks and have at it. Not far from being done, maybe 2 quests. There was an unusually aggressive herd of wild Punitoi downriver, so our girl will have fled in the opposite direction. Come. We'll try the waters upriver. An aggressive herd of manatees. Okay. Assuming our Punitoi has come this way, she'll be hiding in the depths of Marsh Ligaki. We'll need to lure her back to the shallows with the promise of food. Wild Punitoi eat mainly aquatic grasses and plants, but the tame ones are often fed vegetable scraps. Knowing this, I added leftovers to the feed I prepared. This should help the mixture stand out against the marsh's natural scents. Ligaka is crawling with predators, however, so I'll leave it to you to scatter feed deeper in. I'll be waiting for you near the shallows with the rest of our Punitoi's enticing feast. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna do some fates in Okapacha to get the mount speed up from bicolor gemstones, because yeah. I'll also have to do fates for the relic. Yeah. It's why I'm not going to worry about, like, trying to get up to rank 3, but I may as well do the 6 that's needed to get up to rank 2. For the sake of moving faster. I mean, I still have Endwalker zones. That's not the thing. That's still not the thing. That's the thing. I still have Endwalker zones that I need to finish. So I'm like halfway through Garlemald, but then I still have Elpis and Ultima Thule. You scatter the feed along the water's edge. I see the gorilla searching for me. They haven't found me yet. All set? I've just finished laying out the last of the bait. Step back out of sight and leave the rest to me. Here she is. There's nothing to be afraid of. We just need your help one last time. You're hungry, I wager. Come on, come with me. Yes, there's a good girl. We'll be fine here, I think. I'll give her a few more treats, then lead her over to the boat. You can let Kona know that we have our punitoi back. Although this now means that they can just fly. They apparently weren't underwater because they can only swim. They can just fly. Canonically. I mean, I know that there's, you know, canonic reasons why everything can fly that I can mount, and I know that that is a mount at some point. But still, like... Erenville has the punitoi in hand, then. Good. I expect nothing less from a certified gleaner. As for the harness, we were able to purchase all the parts needed. The Levelure twins are over in Earthenshire right now, having the Potsworn make the repairs. Move on before the rage overcomes you again. I'm told it shouldn't take long. We'll be ready to embark on our rescue mission as soon as we heard from Thancred. There we go. Thancred must know something by now. You found it. Understood. Thank you. Had but to invoke his name. Thancred followed the Herbigo's boat to its destination and confirmed they are indeed holding my sister captive. They, of course, being Bakul Jaja and his minions. I swear I will make them regret this. Lamati is in rich leaf tunnels. The moment the harness is repaired, we strap in the punitoi and make our way back down Ihukatami. Okay, is this going to be another dungeon or a trial? I mean, we haven't had a trial yet. Okay, it's neither.
Thangred.
The third promise is up ahead. She's unharmed, but we best not dally.
Is this not the exact same dungeon that we did earlier today? She's being surprisingly quiet, given that she's not gagged. Alright, say it, don't spray it.
I spit on these pathetic feats. Far more satisfying to claim the baubles by force.
Give it back! Fosunten poured his everything into that stone. You've no right to touch it.
Oh, was that the name of your artisan? How could you allow something so precious to be stolen?
You thieving cheat! You're no true claimant!
What does that make the foolish kitty who fell into my trap? If pitiful roars were all it took to claim the throne, you'd be first in line.
Now, brother. You shouldn't tease her. Look, the poor thing's on the verge of tears. Meow. Someone save me. Who did that?
Okay, so headshots.
His scales are as thick as his skulls.
Yeah. How much do I hate the cool Jar Jar? Yes.
Coward! You dare ambush me?
Tis the blessed sibling's favorite tactic.
That useless Buddha was sycophant. He was supposed to keep the lackeys running in circles.
Aim for the eyes.
Oh, you must tell me all about that.
Yeah, I'm starting to grow on Kona.
You wouldn't want to hit her hostage.
That was a gif. That was a reaction gif. Just
That one's not to be underestimated.
They can do nothing while we have.
Well, say something.
Impeccable timing.
Amachi, are you all right?
Aye, thanks to you.
These weaklings think they can defy us? We'll slaughter the lot of them!
Patience, brother. The keystone is ours. There is no need to fight this day. And Zoralja has left us hurting.
No! I won't stop until I gut these maggots and feed them their entrails!
Bring it.
If we fall here, we fail our siblings for nothing. Is that what you want?
No, brother. Break off! We retreat!
Wait! Damn you, Bakunjaja!
Do we give chase?
We head back. Hamachi is safe. And that is what matters.
But she's heavy. I'm glad to see you unharmed, Lamichi. Thanks again for coming to my rescue, Kuna. And all of you, too. The cool Yaya must be desperate indeed to resort to such aggressive tactics. I shouldn't have been so careless. I underestimated him, and it cost me a keystone. Bonjatane upended his life so that I could accomplish the Moblin's feat. He believed in me, believed in my course, and I've let him down. So we take back what was stolen. Yes, we'll do exactly that. The next time I meet that brute, I'll knock him straight on his scaly behind and take back my keystone. Speaking of vengeance, didn't the cool Yaya curse some useless Bunua sycophant when he caught sight of us? A reference to Surreal Ja, I wouldn't assume. He's devoted to our brother and is the only Buniwa I know of participating in the rite of succession. If Surulja was somehow involved in this, I will never forgive him for putting our sister in danger. He will have forfeited his right to be called brother. Yeah, he's just a syscon. The cool Jaya would face punishment, of course. But so must the bandit the temerity to abduct Lamati. I shall request Father send a contingent of Landsguard to enforce the law in this region. I agree measures need to be taken to keep travelers safe. But I wonder what pushed these people towards a life of banditry in the first place. If we dig deeper, we might find a way to improve things for everyone. It is something to think about. For now, however, the rite continues. I thank you all for your help. We should be moving on as well. Are you feeling fit to travel, Wuklama? You bet I am. Zarul Jah gained a good head start, and it's time we clawed back some lost ground. I really am sorry this happened. From now on, I won't let my guard down around suspicious strangers. And again, I do appreciate you all coming to save me. Yoi! Oh, so that's what the Yokhoi look like. Interesting. They look like cave trolls from Lord of the Rings. I am going to call it here for today, though. Because I'm tired, I need to cook some dinner, and I need to get a relatively early night tonight, because I go back to work tomorrow. But we will probably be back on Tuesday. Yeah, because my the board game group that I normally go to on a Tuesday has now moved to Mondays. So yeah, I'm free on Tuesday now. So thank you very, very much for watching, folks, and I will catch you in a couple of days, hopefully. Have a good one. Later.